So before we begin, we have actually prepared an opening video clip to have a wonderful start to this program. So let us watch this opening video clip on the screen.
Ports are a cornerstone of national infrastructure and vital strategic assets. Far more than a logistics hub, ports serve as gateways to the Republic of Korea's future. Smart port, smart future. The global port technology industrial market is projected to reach $20.17 billion by 2030. The automated cargo handling equipment market is expected to reach approximately $5.7 billion by 2027. The domestic market is projected to reach approximately $2.6 billion by 2040. Symphony of automation. In a smart port, every technology plays its part in perfect harmony. Autonomous cranes operate in precise rhythm. Automated horizontal transport add agility and flexibility to port handling. TOS aligns the entire flow. Technology drives the port, and the port drives sustainable progress for people and the earth. Decarbonization. Ports around the world are rapidly transitioning to carbon-neutral logistics. AGVs, powered by electricity, are reducing emissions on the ground. Smart ports go beyond efficiency. They deliver sustainability. Smart ports go beyond efficiency, achieving net zero emissions while building a sustainable future. Today's ports are where innovation protects the environment. Autonomous and intelligent. Ports of the future will do more than handle cargo. They will predict, move autonomously, and optimize themselves. The key to realizing this future lies in port technology industries. They ensure operational resilience and serve as national strategic industries. This represents Korea's next-generation growth industry, encompassing smart ports, automated cargo handling, transport systems, and TOS. Connecting Korea's technology with the global future, transforming ports for a sustainable future. Smart technologies and decarbonization.
All right. Thank you. Yes, I hope you enjoyed the dynamic opening video. We were able to have a little peek into the gist of the program on what's going to be discussed and presented today. So thank you for that wonderful video. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Serena Yoon, and it is a great honor to serve you as your MC today.
인사 먼저 드리겠습니다. 저는 오늘 이 뜻깊은 행사의 진행을 맡은 국제행사 전문 MC 윤수린입니다. 반갑습니다.
Let us now begin the opening ceremony of the 2025 International Forum on Smart Port Technology and Industry. To begin with, I'd like to introduce our distinguished guests joining us here today. As I mentioned their names, please welcome each of them with a warm round of applause. So first, we are honored to have Mr. Ki-wook Chang, Director General of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, the host of this forum. Please.
인사 먼저 제가 드리도록 하겠습니다. Thank you for your presence. Shall we welcome him with a big hand? Thank you.
Also with us is Mr. Chung-hee Cho, President of the Korea Maritime Institute. Thank you for your presence here. We also warmly welcome Mr. Masaharu Shinohara, Vice President of the International Association of Ports and Harbors. Thank you. Also, we have Mr. Sang-geun Song, President and CEO of Busan Port Authority. We're also joined by Mr. Run Wei-min, Director of Transport Division at UNISCAP. Thank you so much. We also have Mr. Wan Seok Kim, CEO of HJA Heavy Industries and Construction. Last but certainly not least, we have Professor Emeritus Young-tae Chang from Inha University, who also has served as the former president of KMI. Thank you. We are more than delighted to be joined by so many distinguished guests here. Now, due to time constraints, we regret we cannot introduce each and every distinguished guest individually. But nonetheless, we express our deepest gratitude to all of you for joining us here today. Now, we will move on to the opening address. Regretfully, Vice Minister Sang-bum Kim of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries could not make it here and join us today due to other official commitments. Instead, Mr. Ki-uk Chang, Director General of the Ministry, will deliver Vice Minister Kim's remarks on his behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ki-uk Chang with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sang-bum Kim, Vice Minister of Oceans and Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all distinguished guests who are attending this 2025 International Forum on Smart Port Technologies and Industries. I want to express my sincere appreciation to the IAPH, Mr. Masaharu Shinohara, Vice President, and also the Masaiko Furuchi, Secretary General, and also the President Song Sang-geun of PPA. Also from IAPH, I would like to express my gratitude to the Vice President, Masaharu Furuichi, and also the Patrick Bonovan, Managing Director, and also the Mr. Wei-min Ran, Director of Transport at UNESCO, for traveling a great distance to be with us today. I also want to thank many experts from Korea and around the world who share their insights for this forum. Distinguished guests, in the midst of the accelerating fourth industrial revolution, the global port technology industry stands at the threshold of a sweeping digital transformation. The global supply chain crisis triggered by COVID-19 has made it clear that advancing towards smart port is no longer a choice, but a necessity. Since the pandemic began in early 2020, logistics networks around the world have faced severe disruptions, starkly exposing vulnerabilities in supply chains and underscoring the critical importance of resilience. This has once again affirmed that ports are not merely the facility that handle cargo, but they are essential infrastructure underpinning national economic security. At the same time, humanity's shared challenge of responding to climate change is demanding fundamental shifts across the port industry. The IMO's target of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 is accelerating the transition toward eco-friendly ports, with the convergence of smart technologies and decarbonization emerging as the key to future port competitiveness. This drive toward decarbonization is not simply about complying with environmental regulations. It represents the creation of new business opportunities. The establishment of bunkering infrastructure for alternative marine fuels such as ammonia, hydrogen, and methanol is opening new revenue streams for ports. The expansion of power supply facilities and port operation based on renewable energy will become the new standard for future ports. Moreover, The adoption of electric-powered cargo handling equipment combined with automation technologies offers an innovative solution that simultaneously reduces carbon emissions and enhances operational efficiency. Distinguished guests, in order to practically respond to these global changes, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries in Korea is intensifying its effort to build smart ports, especially we established the full automation terminal for the new port, which was open last year. And also, we plan to develop Jinhae New Port by 2030 as a world-leading smart mega port, followed by a testbed at Gwangyang Port in 2026. This port will integrate smart port systems with eco-friendly technologies to serve as a next-generation model. And we will also do our best to foster relevant industries. And also within ports, we will pursue the smart energy transition. And also we will build the smart energy bunkering terminals to be prepared for the future. This forum is a valuable opportunity to share the accumulated expertise and knowledge of leading global companies and experts. And through today's forum, I hope that we can be closer to the sustainable future and also the attainment of the humanity's shared goals of carbon neutrality. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries will continue to listen to your opinion and will spare no efforts in providing policy support so that Korean companies using Korean technology can lead the global smart port market. Once again, I would like to thank you all for your attendance, and I wish you everyone a happiness with this. Thank you very much.
For delivering such insightful remarks. Next, we will hear a welcome address from Mr. Chung Hee-cho, President of the Korea Maritime Institute. So if he could please come up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President Chung Hee-cho with a warm round of applause.
Distinguished guest, good morning. I'm Jo Jung-hee, President of the Korea Maritime Institute, KMI. It's been only 2 months since I was appointed as the president of the KMI, and I'm very honored and privileged to deliver a welcoming remarks at such an important forum like this. In the presence of the former president as well as the president of BPA, I feel very nervous. Now, let me read what I prepared. Distinguished guests, good morning. I'm Jo Jung-hee, president of the KMI. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 2025 International Forum on Smart Port Technology and Industry held under the theme of Transforming Ports for a Sustainable Future, Smart Technologies and Decarbonization. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone in attendance, especially the global experts who have traveled long distances to join us, and to Director General Chang Gi-yuk of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, as well as representatives from port-related companies and institutions here in Korea. It is also a great honor to co-host this meaningful event with the International Association of Ports and Harbors, or IAPH. I hope this collaboration will serve as a catalyst to further solidify the partnership between our two organizations in the areas of smart port technology research and port policy development, and to jointly drive forward innovation in the global port industry. Distinguished guests, since its founding in 1984, the KMI has served as a leading think tank in the fields of marine and fisheries policy, contributing significantly to the advancement of Korea's ocean industries. We have conducted research across a wide range of topics, from improving port operation efficiency and leading global shipping and logistics policy to managing fishery resources. More recently, we have expanded our focus to incorporate digital technologies into the port industry. Today's host city, Busan, is not only the logistics hub of Northeast Asia, but also the strategic center of Korea's smart port policy. With an annual throughput exceeding 20 million TEUs, Busan Port ranks as the world's seventh largest container port and is set to become a global megaport through integration with the upcoming Chinan new port. In that context, holding this forum in Busan carries great symbolic significance. We are living in an era of unprecedented change. The fourth industrial revolution has placed the port industry at the heart of a digital transformation, while at the same time, we face the global challenge of climate change. The IMO's 2050 net zero target calls for a fundamental paradigm shift across the port sector. Yet, these changes bring not only challenges but also new opportunities. By integrating smart technologies with eco-friendly innovations, we now have the potential to create ports that are both more efficient and more sustainable. Today's forum will feature presentations and discussions led by experts who stand at the forefront of this transformation. We will hear real-world cases such as Finland's Karma's innovation in port equipment, Japan's experience with smart equipment deployment, and Singapore PSA's strategy for applying digital twin technology. In addition, Korean companies such as Hyundai Rotem and Cyber Logitech will also share their advancements. These presentations will go beyond technical introductions. They will offer comprehensive insight into the challenges faced on the ground, the solutions devised, and the outlook for the future. At the KMI, we will leverage the insights and networks built through this forum to further deepen our research in smart port policy. In particular, we will also examine the social impacts of technological innovation on port workers and local communities and explore sustainable development strategies so that the technological progress and social value can advance hand in hand. We will continue to expand global exchanges such as this forum and fulfill our role as a knowledge-sharing platform while strengthening our position as a hub for smart port networks in the Asia-Pacific region. In closing, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the IAPH, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Busan Port Authority, and all those who worked diligently to make today's forum possible. I hope today's discussions will foster shared understanding on the future direction of smart port technologies and yield concrete pathways for cooperation. Last but not least, I would like to welcome all of you to Busan, and I hope that you can have a memorable stay here in Busan, although the weather is extremely hot. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you.
Central for your warm welcome and inspiring remarks. Next, we have a welcome address from Mr. Masaharu Shinohara, Vice President of the International Association of Ports and Harbors. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Shinohara with a big round of applause.
Mr. Chang Ki-wook, Director General, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Dr. Jang Hee-cho, President of Korea Maritime Institute, Mr. Sang Ken-sung, President of Busan Port Authority, Professor Yan Tai-jun, Inha University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say a few words as Vice President of IAPH. My first participation in the IAPH activities was at the Busan World Ports Conference in 2011. That was an unbelievably valuable, informative, and exciting event. And I learned a lot about what's going on in other countries' ports. Soon after the Busan conference, I got involved in the IAPH technical committee activities as the chair of Port Operations and Logistics Committee. In 2016, after the reorganization of the IAPH, I got elected as Vice President for Asia, Southwest, East, and Middle East. In short, we call this Asia 1 region. This region is so widespread area-wise and extremely diverse in its history, politics, and culture. IAPH has 189 regular members, and Asia 1 region has 64 members, more than one-third of the total membership. I must admit that it's nearly impossible and impractical to cover the whole region with the same intensity and interest. Therefore, I am now mostly focusing on East Asian countries, including Korea, China, and Japan. Japan has 24 regular members, China 11, and Korea 7. Unfortunately, however, members of these three countries are not so proactively involved in IAPH activities. So my first priority is to liven up and encourage proactive participation by the East Asian members. In this context, I decided to hold an IAPH regional seminar in Busan, and I talked to Korean colleagues about this matter at Hamburg World Ports Conference last year. After many consultations with Korean colleagues, we finally reached an agreement to hold this KMI IAPH seminar, and I'm very pleased and excited today. IAPH was born in 1955 in Los Angeles. 3 years before, in 1952, Kobe hosted the first World Ports Conference, and they made a historic resolution of founding the IAPH. This monumental event was led by Mr. Gaku Matsumoto, chairman of Japan Port and Harbor Association. He envisaged this bold and revolutionary idea of establishing a World Organization of Port Authorities around 1950. We should remember that Japan lost the Second World War in 1945, and Japan was under control of the Allied forces until 1952. Mr. Matsumoto's idea of establishing a new global port organization was mostly brushed aside by foreign port leaders because they thought Japan, as a defeated country, should not take the leading role in this process. Despite several opposing world port leaders, he tenaciously explained its importance and persuaded them to finally approve the founding of IAPH at Kobe Conference in 1952. In this context, I am extremely excited and pleased to have the 70th anniversary of IAPH in Kobe, my hometown, in October this year. I strongly hope that this seminar will bring us many insights into smart port and decarbonization and contribute to Korean colleagues' proactive participation in IAPH. Furthermore, I sincerely wish many Korean port executives and staff attend the Kobe conference. It'll be a big event at the 70th anniversary, and you can also taste great Japanese food and culture. Please come and enjoy Kobe. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Vice President Shinohara, for your valuable remarks. All right, we will now proceed with the commemorative photo session with our distinguished guests. So I ask all our distinguished guests to please follow the guidance of our staff and kindly come up to the stage, and we will take a group photo together. As soon as the group photo session
예, 기념 촬영이 끝나면 바로 기조 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 양해해 주시고 또 기다려 주셔서 감사드립니다.
please look at one of the cameras in front.
예, 앞에 카메라를 주시하여 주시기 바랍니다. 또 밝은 웃음으로 사진 찍어주시면 좋겠습니다.
됐나요? 화이팅이요? Okay. Show your fist. It's kind of a meaning of cheer up, let's go kind of spirit.
네, 화이팅하는 포즈로 사진을 찍겠습니다.
Like this. IAPH. Let's shout out IAPH together. 3, 2, 1. IAPH. Yes, thank you so
예, 감사합니다. 자리로 돌아가 주시기 바랍니다. As soon as the stage is ready, we will begin the keynote session. Simultaneous interpretation is available for the keynote session for Korean and English. So if you need the interpretation service, please use the receiver. Please set your channel to channel number 1 for English and number 2 for Korean.
And please be reminded that simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English is available today. Kindly use the receivers at your seats and choose your preferred channel. English is channel 1 and Korean is channel 2. 자, 이제 준비가 됐을까요? 그러면
So are you ready to go?
we will now officially begin the keynote session, and today's keynote address will be delivered by Mr. Patrick Verhoeven, Managing Director of the International Association of Ports and Harbors. And his topic is Port Decarbonization, Global Initiatives and Challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Verhoeven with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here in Busan. To my great shame, I have to admit, this is my first visit to Korea. But certainly it won't be the last. In fact, I'm already coming back in August to this city for the Clean Energy Ministerial, which is being held here at the end of next month. So great to be here. The topic indeed that I will address this morning is decarbonization of ports in a global context, and I will address a number of issues apart from a very brief introduction to IPH, but our Vice President has in fact already done that, so I can be very quick about this. I will talk about the global policy context when it comes to decarbonization of the maritime industry, and that is of course predominantly the role of the International Maritime Organization, the IMO. I will then go into a specific toolbox that we have developed in IPH, which looks at ways in which ports can facilitate the decarbonization of shipping. And finally, I will take a slightly broader perspective beyond the handling of ships and look at the way that ports can indeed develop into full-blown energy hubs. But if we could start with IPH, as Mr. Shinohara already said, we are celebrating an anniversary this year, a very special one. 70 years ago, the organization was founded in the Roosevelt Hotel in Hollywood, California. And that was the result of a process that started several years before in Japan, as was explained. Today, our network represents 194 ports around the world, and we also have 171 associate members, and that are all kinds of industries, companies that provide services to the port industry, ranging from equipment manufacturers to universities. And I'm glad to say that Korea Maritime Institute is one of our distinguished associate members as well. We work basically in three large areas, three strategic areas, and today I will mainly focus on the first one, which is climate and energy, where we look indeed at various aspects of decarbonization, the maritime industry. I'm just going to move this a little bit backward because I can't see my own slides otherwise. The second area is data collaboration, and I think there will be a lot about that during this day when we talk about smart ports, how ports can indeed use innovation and technology to improve their performance within wider supply chains. And the third area is risk and resilience, and unfortunately that has become probably the most topical area in the last few years, starting with the pandemic and a whole number of other disruptions that have happened since then, and there seems to be no end to them. So working on resilience of critical infrastructure like ports has become also a key priority for IPH at the moment. As an NGO, we are recognized by several international organizations, including United Nations agencies, and the most important one is, of course, the International Maritime Organization, the IMO. We work very closely with them, mainly in 3 areas, and no surprise, they correspond to our strategic focus areas. We work with them on marine environment protection, maritime safety, and also trade facilitation. And we are active in those various committees of the IMO. And then finally, for the introduction, overall, we run since 7 years a program which is called WPSP, or the World Port Sustainability Program. That is an online database where ports can share their projects on sustainability in 6 thematic areas. You see them there listed on the slide. And what we try to do to encourage ports to share their best practices is an annual award scheme. And I must say, and I'm very pleased to say that here, that in the last few years we have seen a Korean X factor in this competition, because in several years now we see very strong projects from Korea, Korean ports that also actually win. Last year we had even 2 projects in the winners from the same port, from the port of Ulsan. And the year before we had the port of Busan and also other ports in the winning category. So there seems to be a Korean X factor when it comes to sustainability, and also in the database that shows, because Korea is in the top 10 countries when it comes to the number of projects that they have shared with us through the World Port Sustainability Program. You see them there in rank number 7 with 31 projects. So that's really great to have that active participation of the Korean ports community, and I would really like to encourage you to especially continue doing so. We know that Korean ports have submitted again a bunch of interesting projects for this year's awards competition. Let's now go into the heart of the matter, the decarbonization of the maritime industry and decarbonization of shipping. Still have to move this further because I can't see a thing. So this is the timeline since when IMO has really been active in addressing carbon emissions and climate change, starting in 2011, and then with a milestone in 2018 when the first comprehensive strategic framework was adopted under great pressure from NGOs and various other stakeholders. In 2023, that strategy was revised and made more ambitious in terms of the targets. The overall target for the reduction of carbon emissions of shipping is now 2050, with the aim to get to net zero emissions by or around 2050 is the exact wording. That's a milestone, and to achieve the goals, the IMO has set forward a number of short-term, medium, and long-term measures. Interesting is that ports feature among those measures, and in 2019, the IMO adopted what we in simplified terms call the Ports Resolution. The exact name, you see it on the slide there. It's slightly longer and more complicated, but in a sense, what it does is to list areas where ports can help, can facilitate the decarbonization of shipping. And there's 5 concrete areas there: onshore power supply, incentives, the supply of fuels, data collaboration, and green corridors. And we will discuss them a little bit further down in the presentation. But it's important to know that this resolution, which was revised in 22, is part of that overall strategy. And it was at the time an initiative of the Canadian government and IPH to bring this to the attention at a time when also Kita Klim, well known to you all, I think, was the Secretary General of IMO, and we had with him an excellent cooperation. I think he was in fact expected to be here, but he couldn't make it in the end. It would have been a real pleasure to see him again, because he really, as a former, of course, president also of the Busan Port Authority, had that vision at the time that IMO is of course about shipping, but you can't have shipping without ports. And I think it's thanks to him that also IPH could play that role within the debate on decarbonization. This is the revised strategy, as said, adopted 2 years ago, with more ambitious targets. There is the ultimate target for 2050, but there are also interim targets for 2030 and 2040. And next to the absolute reduction emissions, there are also relative targets on carbon intensity of ships and carbon intensity of shipping, and also on the uptake of new technologies and fuels. Now, to make this all happen, you need a number of instruments, and predominantly you need a technical instrument and you need an economic instrument. And both were adopted at the last meeting of the IMO Marine Environment Protection Committee last April, and they go hand in hand. The technical instrument is a fuel standard, a technical standard for fuel and fuel intensity. The economic measure is a kind of a mixture between a levy-based instrument and a credit trading scheme, which comes down to the essence that shipping or ships that are not meeting the standards will have to pay into a net zero fund, and ships that are doing better than the standards can actually benefit from that net zero fund. I'm explaining it in very simplistic terms because on the slide you can see that it's slightly more complicated than that in reality, but the essence is really that. If you do well, you stand to benefit. If you perform less than what the standards require, you need to pay, basically. It's a lot more complicated, as I said. This is not adopted yet. It was adopted or was voted in at the MEPC in April, but it needs to be confirmed in October. There will be a special session of the MEPC where this will be then formally adopted with amendments to the MARPOL Convention, and they will enter into force in 2028. And I promised the translator that I would not go and explain this graph in detail. It's even for me rather complicated. Let's simplify it by just saying what I just said. If you do well, you benefit. If you don't, you need to pay. Now, about the revenue that will be generated by this, and this is where it gets interesting for ports, what will happen to the revenue? There will be this IMO net zero fund. As I said, part of the money will go to ship owners as well for further investment in technologies on ships. Money will also be dedicated to innovation and to infrastructure. And that's where it becomes interesting for the ports industry, especially ports in developing countries. They will stand to benefit also from revenue finance that will come through this fund. And there will be a special category for the most vulnerable countries, and those are the least developed countries and the small island states, countries which are very vulnerable to climate change and the effects of climate change. Now, to make sure that this stays part and parcel of the discussion, we have contributed as IPH a number of submissions and also a study, and through the QR code you can actually download that. A study which actually explains what are the type of investments that are needed in ports, both to mitigate climate change, to invest in decarbonization, and to protect, of course, infrastructure against the effects of things like rising seawater levels and so on. The study also quantifies that for a number of developing countries, and this has been an important contribution to that debate. And this is a proposal from the World Bank, how potentially the distribution of revenue, of carbon revenue, could go to countries and developing countries. And as, again, I'm not going to go into the detail here, but the essence is that least developed countries and small island states stand to benefit most in terms of the accessibility to funding from the IMO Net Zero Fund. So both for the port infrastructure, but also wider to protect these countries against the negative implications of climate change. As said, it's not decided fully formally yet. That will happen in October. And then, of course, the whole framework needs to be set up to implement this. At the moment, there is no IMO net zero fund. That still needs to be established before everything becomes operational in 2028. So there's a lot of work still to be done before this becomes reality. Now I go back to the ports resolution that I mentioned before, and as IPH we have, as I said, we were instrumental in writing that resolution together with the Government of Canada, and also we try to work towards helping the implementation, and we report on a regular basis back to the IMO what we as a Ports Association are doing in these various elements. Let me start with the incentives. This is a program that we have in IPH since 2011. It's a global index that measures the emissions performance of ships, gives ships a score, a ranking, and based on that score, ports can decide to give them incentives, which is mostly done through a reduction of harbor dues as a way to promote ships that are actually performing better than international standards. It started with air quality as a goal back in 2011 when some regions in the world, California, Northwest Europe, were confronted with more and more stringent legislation on air quality. But we have expanded the program also to include carbon emissions. My colleague Masahiko Furuichi, who will join the panel debate after this presentation, will actually go a little bit deeper into this and explain what it exactly is that the index does. But as you can see, currently we have 75 incentive providers, port authorities around the world using the scheme. Secondly, and this goes back to the same time frame, 2010-2011, we have developed a toolbox for bunkering of low and zero carbon fuels. We started, again, with air quality in mind with LNG as a fuel, which was, as you probably remember, the big thing back, let's say, some 15 years ago. Nowadays, we know that LNG, from a carbon point of view, is not a perfect fuel. It's a transitional fuel. But the things we have learned by developing a toolbox for bunkering LNG can be used also for the low and zero carbon fuels, the hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol. It's all available online. It looks at various aspects, especially safety related, system safety, spatial allocation in terminals, bunker locations, and of course also operational safety. Taking things one step further is about measuring or comparing how ready you are as a port or a port authority to handle these low and zero carbon fuels. And that goes beyond safety. That looks at other aspects as well. And we developed there a tool, which is now also available digitally, to assess how ready you as a port are for these new fuels of the future. We start with a number of domains, safety, governance, infrastructure, and market. And we are working on 3 applications. One application is already there. That is for bunkering. So that you can use the tool for that already. But we also want to use this tool to, if you are not a bunkering port, but nevertheless you will receive ships that are using these new fuels as a fuel. How ready are you to receive them? And ultimately what we also want here is for ships carrying these fuels as cargo, which you know that they all have their own specific features, their own specific safety considerations, their own specific risks. So with this toolbox we try to help the whole fuel discussion forward in the port sector. A lot of discussion on OPS, onshore power supply, cold ironing as it's called in the United States. Again, it's not a new technology. It's been used in ports in California for 2 decades almost. But now the implementation is accelerating, partially also due to legislative requirements. For instance, in Europe, all ports will have to have OPS for container and cruise shipping by 2030, which is only 5 years from now. We have a dedicated working group for that in IPH, which looks at this, and we're also looking now beyond containers and cruise and see how OPS can be deployed for dry bulk and liquid bulk ships. And the final element that I wanted to address here is, and that brings us also to the smart port concept, is how can we make sure that port call optimization becomes a worldwide standard? What do we mean by this? We mean that now often it happens that a ship arrives or approaches the port or the terminal and then has to wait often a considerable time before it can actually proceed to the berth and cargo handling operations can start. That is not only not efficient, it is also creating needless emissions. And port call optimization or just-in-time arrival of shipping would be a way that can help in reducing ship emissions, especially in or close to port areas. But a port call is very complex. And again, I will not try even to explain this slide. I just put it there to show that it's a complex thing. As I'm sure you all know, there are several stakeholders involved, business stakeholders, regulatory stakeholders, and they all have to exchange data. They all have to exchange information to make sure that a ship can be handled as efficiently as possible. And promoting port call optimization is something we have put in our agenda for a couple of years already. Last year, in October, we published a very simple guide actually to deal with port call optimization. What are the necessary steps that you have to take as a port authority in particular, to bring these different stakeholders together, because that's the essence. This is not about technology. This is about sharing information, about having trust between the port community stakeholders in sharing data. Again, through the QR code, you will be able to download this document. We've also presented that to the IMO, and we hope that in that way, this can become a worldwide practice, which surprisingly it is not today. There's actually only very few ports around the world today that are applying port call optimization. We had at our conference in Hamburg last year, we had the top guy from MSC, Søren Toft, who said for him as a ship owner, what a port should be is like a pit stop in Formula One. You just go in, drop the cargo, get cargo on, and move out. That is the concept that ship owners would like and would also be very beneficial from an environmental and emission perspective. Now, finally, before concluding, we talked about what ports can do for shipping, or at least for decarbonization of shipping, but there is a broader agenda here as well. And what I've set up to now is probably something that every port can do: provide incentives, onshore power supply, fuel and port call optimization. Of course, you need investments, but technically every port is receiving ships. So normally every port would be able to handle these 4 measures. Not every port is maybe set out to be an energy hub, and clearly ports that already have today a mixture between logistics and industry may have a greater potential there to develop into that role. And I mentioned the Korean X Factor in our World Port Sustainability Program. These are some of the projects that recently came into the database from Korean ports, which already show some initiatives that go beyond the pure, let's say, facilitation of shipping. Things like carbon capture, for instance, and also others that relate to innovation, the use of piezoelectric systems, and so on, clearly show that ports in Korea are also thinking towards developing as energy hubs of the future, clean energy hubs. We are, together with the International Chamber of Shipping and the Clean Energy Ministerial, initiators of a program called CEM Hubs, Clean Energy Marine Hubs, which is really meant to create awareness about this concept. Because if we want to decarbonize the world, if we want to reach the Paris climate target, we will need shipping. We will need shipping to transport these fuels, because they will be produced in areas where we may have ample solar and wind power, and they need to be transported to places where they have to be consumed. And we think that about 50 or 55% of these trading flows will go by ship. That means you also need the ports, you need hubs, you need energy hubs, and to have them you need investment, you need substantial investment. And we cannot do it alone as industry. We need government to support it. And that is the whole idea behind this program, which started with a number of governments that put their weight behind it. And currently we've got those nine, do I count correctly? Yes, 9 countries that are behind the initiative. And the recent countries that joined are China and Malta, but you see also Brazil there, Canada, Greece, Norway, Panama, the United Arab Emirates, and Malaysia. And what are we trying to do? As I said, this is about decarbonization in general. This is not just about decarbonizing shipping. We need shipping to decarbonize the world. To do that, you need to invest in ships, but you especially need to invest in supply chain and ports. And to do that, you need that cooperation. So you need a supply chain in countries, starting in countries where you have renewable power generation, whether that's offshore wind, onshore wind and solar, the electrolysis process, storage can be converted then in fuels like green ammonia and green methanol and can be exported to the world. That is the supply chain that we need to develop. And of course, part of the fuel will also be necessary to fuel the ships, but that is part of what I said before. And clearly, this is the dream picture, that there will be a functioning global supply chain moving these clean energy fuels across the world, across various hubs across the globe. And you need that with government support, and we hope that more governments will sign up. I said in the beginning of my presentation that I will be back here in Busan at the end of August, where the Clean Energy Ministerial will meet, and where also this program will be part and parcel of the agenda. I've come, I think, no, I thought I came to the end, but this just summarizes again what the different roles are. The roles for ships, bunkering the new fuels, ensuring the readiness of the ports, and of course, ultimately, this is about moving those fuels as cargoes, which is also why that PRL tool that I introduced earlier will have a specific deliverable that will ensure that ports can assess their readiness to receive ships that are importing rather, these cargoes. And now I have come to the end, and I just want to re-emphasize what our Vice President already said, and that is to warmly welcome you to our anniversary conference, which will happen not too far from here in Kobe. I think it's about 600 kilometers from Busan when I last looked at the map. A 2-hour flight, not more than that, and you can be part and parcel of this historical conference, which is really very promising in terms of the program, the speakers that we already got confirmed. We expect a very high attendance. We are actually tracking beyond, are there any people from Hamburg here? No. Doing better already in the numbers now than compared to Hamburg last year. Our president is from Hamburg, and we have to make sure that he doesn't hear this yet. But it's really looking very promising, and I can also only say, please join us in Kobe from the 7th to the 9th of October for the IBH World Ports Conference. So with that, I would like to conclude and thank you and wish you a very successful event. And thank you again to KMI and the Ministry and Busan Port Authority for the wonderful cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Verhoeven, for sharing your valuable insights with us today. And we will now proceed with our panel discussion based on the insights shared in the keynote presentation. And as soon as the stage is settled, we're going to invite panelists who will participate in the discussion. The keynote speech really encapsulated what the IAPH is and what they're doing and the current challenges and plans that they are considering, right? And we're going to hear more in depth in all those issues and the activities of IAPH and other institutions are putting in an effort to address all these challenges. Shall we? Yes, the panelists here are shown on the screen. As soon as the stage is settled, we're going to ask all of you to please come forward and take your seats in the order shown on the screen. Okay. Here we go. And if I may introduce our moderator, this panel session will be moderated by Professor Young-tae Chang of Inha University, who has also served as the former president of KMI. Okay. Do we have everyone here? Okay. All right. We also have Dr. Verhoeven, and we have everyone. Okay, so I'll turn the mic over to Professor Young-tae Chang.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Chang Young-tae of Inha University.
It's my great pleasure to facilitate this panel discussion. As you can see, the panel is composed of 5 members, including Patrick. And already we are asked by the organizer of this conference to prepare questions. And so the 4 of us already prepared question in written form, except for Dr. Wei-min Ren. And in his case, he will try to respond to any question raised by me and probably panelists. And the time slot for this panel discussion is set for 1 hour. And as we are raising each panelist question, prepared question at first, then we will probably respond to each other between the keynote speaker and the panelists. And I guess the time will be still enough for us to ask the question to the floor. I'm sure a lot of the participants from the floor may raise the question as well. Okay, let me start first from my prepared question. And I prepared 3 questions before coming here, but during the presentation by Patrick, and the following 3 questions struck me. So, however, I'm not supposed to dominate all this panel discussion, so let me first ask the first 3 questions. And after the first round of our panelist question, and I will come back to my remaining 3 questions, and mostly I think aiming at Patrick. And after that, I will give the floor to the participants from the floor. Okay, my first question, since we are located in Korea at the port of Busan, what problems do you see at Korean ports, particularly Busan port, compared with other countries' decarbonization strategy? And I was told by organizer Patrick is not confident of speaking about Korean ports' weakness because he already praised a lot of Korean ports doing well, and I'm often joking. That's the outsider's perspective. When you look at your system from inside, we always address the weak point. So therefore, I will probably expect the answering by both 3 panelists from Japanese, from the ASCAP director, also the president of BPA. And the second question is, why is environmental ship index of IAPH not fully adopted by major ships and top ranking ports in the world? For example, top 10 ports. Although you have endeavoring to implement this environmental ship index for the past decade, and I was quite surprised to see about only minor proportion of ships in the world are actually adopting this environmental ship index. And I guess there must be some reason why many shipping lines are not complying with or adopting this system. There must be some kind of, my guess is probably some economic reason behind the thing. In addition, if you look at the top 10 ranking ports in the world, mostly located in China, Singapore, and also Korea. And I noticed all these top 10 ports in the world have not adopted this environmental shipping. So I'm wondering why they are hesitating. Probably the President Song may respond to us why. Probably as a new president, he may change his position. And third question is, how would prolonged detour practices of major shipping lines via the Cape of Good Hope affect target reduction goals of greenhouse gases? And Patrick introduced us excellently with IMO reduction goals, and by 2030, 2040, and finally 2050. However, many shipping lines already detouring, not going through Suez Canal. So therefore, major shipping lines are not suffering from a lot of increased costs, also increase, I think, emission of greenhouse gases. If this system continues for coming couple of years, I'm sure IMO and probably your NGO group may probably change your reduction goal plan in the coming years. So I'm wondering how this would affect about just one. Oh, I have one more question, sorry. And one emerging hotspot issue in Korea, particularly after new president is elected, is we are trying to explore a lot of possibility of switching from current Suez Canal sea route to future alternative sea route, what is called Northern Sea route alternative. So how soon and importantly, would Northern Sea route be developed as a viable option route arising from the risks and uncertainties of Suez Canal route? Okay, these are my prepared questions. If any of you like to quick respond to me, I will give you a chance to respond to me. Anyone from the panelists like to talk about any points raised by me before moving on to the second panelist? No response? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Patrick, yes. Oh, okay, President Song, this is the funny situation. I was expecting a response from the international participants. All of a sudden, we are fighting each other between Korean. Okay, President Song, please. Yeah. Yeah. President Song, your turn to respond to me. Okay.
예.
I'd like to ask for your understanding that my comment will be in Korean. First of all, I'd like to thank Patrick for your insightful presentation, keynote presentation. Since February 2018, for 2 years, I worked at the embassy in Korean embassy in the UK, and I represented Korea at IMO. I think it was April 2018. The initial goal was set at MEPC, and I was there at that historical moment. And since then, I've seen such a tremendous effort in the international community for decarbonization. And I believe the MEPC in 2018 served as a pivotal point for finalizing the direction of the global community in the global shipping for decarbonization. And I believe that's the year of paradigm shift in the international shipping in 2018. And I find such a great significance for that meeting, and since then, the Korean government came to realize that how important it is for us to pursue the decarbonization in the international shipping. And I think that was an eye-opening moment for the Korean government. And since then, the Korean government has been fully committed to decarbonization in the international shipping. 7 years have passed since that meeting. Despite its dedicated efforts, we have such a long way to go down the road. And as mentioned by Patrick, well, this is about ship. The marine fuel and ESI is about ships and the emissions from the vessels. And the port should be there to work together with ships. For ships, we have the target, net zero target by 2050, and I am deeply moved by the efforts made by IAPH for the decarbonization on the front of a port, and I can see such a growing momentum in the efforts of IAPH, and the BPA will not spare any support. That's what I want to say. And one of the examples I'd like to take is green shipping corridor. Busan Port and Ulsan Port, in collaboration with Tacoma Port and Seattle Port, are fully preparing themselves for green shipping corridor. And I believe this is in line with the efforts made by IMO. The role of ships and vessels would be critically important, but the roles to be played by ports would be as indispensable, because these two efforts should be matched with each other. And Patrick shared the toolbox which we can put into practice and how to implement those measures. But that's something I have to consider. And one recommendation I'd like to make here is 3 weeks ago I visited Hamburg and Rotterdam, and I met the high-ticket Kim of IMO a few weeks ago. And for ports to make a matching effort, leading ports should play their role, but the ports in the developing countries should work together, fully aligned with the global efforts. So I read thoroughly the 2030 document of IMO, the resolution, and that has such a great implication. So the ports in the developing countries, in order to ensure decarbonization at port, should take part in this joint effort for decarbonization at the global shipping. I believe we need to be more concrete and specific in making efforts. And what about coming up with a guideline for ports in the developing countries? At the IAPH level, there can be a concrete guidelines for decarbonization of ports, and this can be proposed to IMO, and this can be a resolution at the IMO level. As you know, the vessels would travel across the sea, the international sea as well, and they are subject to the regulations of IMO. But as for ports, each and every port has a different status, has their own authority and responsibilities. So I do not believe that they are subject to the regulations of IMO, but IAPH can play a pivotal role in helping and guiding ports in promoting decarbonization across the board, engaging ports in the developing countries. So IAPH led initiative to promote and encourage decarbonization of ports across the world, and this guideline can be presented to IMO, and IMO can adopt this as a recommendation, and if this is translated into regulation or in some type of recommendation, then we will be able to fully engage ports in the developing countries, and when there is a net zero fund, in extending the fund to the benefit of ports in the developing countries, we will be able to fully capture the situation, the different situation of each port in developing countries. And I believe this is a way to facilitate our achievement of net zero by 2050. So BPA will take part in actively all the efforts and activities of IAPH, and we will also continue our research. So here you have my word that we will be a very active member of IAPH. I hope this addresses some of the questions here, but this is something I'd like to share with Patrick in appreciation of his insightful presentation. Then I'd like to briefly address some of the questions as for ESI, why major ports are not adopting ESI. When there was a recommendation from IAPH, Busan Port adopted this ESI at first, but at the national level, the slow steaming program was introduced later. So this slow steaming framework at the national level is quite similar to that of ESI. I believe that is why we are not fully part of ESI, although we are doing something quite similar. If needed, we will persuade the state into introducing and adopting ESI, or that we can put together the ESI and the slow steaming framework of the government so that we can only achieve our goal and overachieve the goal of decarbonization. And as for the detour of Cape of Good Hope, well, there will be some negative impact in decarbonization. As for North Sea route, do I have time to make a comment on this one as well? And as for Northern Sea route, my understanding is that the new administration is keenly interested in this idea. When I worked for the government, I carried out an in-depth study on this in the face of the climate crisis. This ice in the Northern Sea is melting. And in this situation, in order to make the most of the situation, we'd like to use the Northern Sea route. But you know what? The situation is quite sad because we are taking advantage of the climate change. So this is an opportunity, but at the same time, this saddens my heart. But this is what's going on in the north. And I believe the position of the current government is pretty much the same as others. So I believe all our approach and all our efforts should be based on science. How much ice has been melting? I believe scientists around the world are studying very fiercely how much can be used when it comes to the Northern Sea route. The speed of melting, ice melting, has been studied thoroughly, and the data is being accumulated by European countries and by some Asian countries, including Japan and Korea. So I believe what is really critical here is it should be science-based. And another point I'd like to highlight here, and the Northern Sea route, the utilization of the Northern Sea route is associated with the Northern Sea coastal countries as the 6 nations. They have their own issues they have to address. The use of the Northern Sea, well, the issue of environment, the issue in relation to the indigenous people, and all these issues should be taken into account in dealing with the use of Northern Sea route. And I believe those issues should be considered first. Only then we can discuss how to use the Northern Sea route. This is the end of my comment.
Response to my question, and one of his comments that struck me impressively was suggesting IAPH to develop guidelines for LDC countries, how they can elevate this compliance ability, I think. And also that struck me, actually, from port perspective, still ports can handle these issues in the context of port state control MOU. Most of ports in the world are already joined the urban MOU. So combining these two together, funded by there's a natural fund, I think there should be excellent chance for IAPH to further proceed with this suggestion. Patrick, would you like to respond?
Yes, I think it builds on what we've done with the ports resolution that, as I said, was adopted in 2019. Since then, we've also been involved in capacity building projects. IMO is running several, but the most relevant here is the Green Voyage program, which is funded by the Norwegian government. And that is really meant to help ports around the world, especially developing countries, with things like introducing onshore power supply, safe bunkering operations. And we've been running in a number of countries workshops under the umbrella of IMO. And I definitely think we need to do that also for that next level, which is the development of the energy hubs, because a lot of these exporting hubs, they will be in the southern hemisphere, they will be in Africa, they will be in South America, where there is the solar and wind available, but you need the infrastructure and you need the know-how to run these hubs. So that's probably a follow-up that we can see in cooperation with IMO, but also with organizations like the Clean Energy Ministerial.
Also, congratulations on Patrick's endeavor to attract a Korean partnership, because President Song just strongly expressed about his willingness to further upgrade about the collaboration between Port of Busan and IAPH.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Most welcome.
As for the question about how LDC country can enhance their ability to sustainability, can be answered a lot by, I think, the Waymin, because of his many years experience. I will ask about his experience after the second panelist. Okay, so shall we move on to the second panelist? And I guess he will use about the PowerPoint slide for presenting some of the further information, detailed information about the environmental ship index. And also he may probably respond to one of my questions, why, in spite of your great endeavor in this one, why not many shipping lines and ports are not actually complying with this suggestion, okay? Masahiko Furuishi is not only the Secretary General of IAPA, he was previously professor at the Kyoto University, and he was one of the excellent hosts of our former IME conference, annual International Maritime Economics Conference. Yeah, he was one of them. Okay, are you ready? May I use a presentation? Yes, yes. And can he pop up here? Okay.
Thank you, Professor Chan. So I'm very pleased to be here at the International Forum here in Busan. And I'm a Secretary General of IAPH, Masahiko Furuichi. And I'd like to say something about the ESI program, which was introduced by Patrick in his presentation. So Environmental Ship Index Program, this is a recognized standard by IMO. In the middle photo, you notice that the gentleman on the left-hand side, Mr. Kitakurim, the immediate past Secretary General of IMO. I think most of you know him. And in the middle, Captain Subra, the immediate past President of IAPH. On the right-hand side, you know Patrick over there. And IMO and IAPH made a MOU between two organizations and working together to enhance ship and port cooperation, which include this environmental ship index. So I'd like to briefly introduce how the environmental ship index work. So this program is a voluntary incentive scheme between ports and ships. On your right-hand side, you see the incentive provider ports, and on the left-hand side, incentive receiver, that is ships. And I may say, in order to achieve a clear air in terms of the emission from the ships, including a SOx or NOx, and also achieving a carbon neutrality, which includes carbon dioxide from the ships, there are two ways to achieve the goal. One is a regulation, which is set by IMO. The other one is an incentive scheme, voluntary scheme provided by the ports. And the regulation is stick, and the incentive is carrot. So stick and carrot. Once the regulation is set, all the ports and all the ships need to comply with the regulation. But we don't have enough time to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. There are only 25 years left. So if the ports have a strong ambition to achieve carbon neutrality, so ports will provide the incentives to the ships whose emission performance is better than the IMO regulation. So this discounted port due will be utilized for the future investment to improve the emissions from the ships. This may shorten the time to make the emissions from the ships much, much clearer than as usual. So we need a stick and a carrot in order to achieve the carbon neutrality by the time 2050. That is incentive schemes, why we have the incentive schemes, and which was initiated by IAPH. It was 2011, 14, 15 years ago. So at this moment, there are more than 6,000 ships which registered the ESI program. And among the 6,000 ships, maybe 4,500 ships, their ESI scores are better than 20. So this 20 of the ESI score is a criteria most incentive provider ports provide a discounted port due. So the score better than the 20, they will be enjoying the discounted port entry due. This distribution map of the incentive provider ports, which was already introduced by Patrick in his presentation, you noticed most of the incentive provider ports are distributed in Europe and North and South America. And a relatively small number of incentive providers are in Asian countries. So this is the first question raised by Professor Chang. This is just a simple question, but difficult to answer. And I may say, 5-6 years ago, in Asian region, only the major Korean ports joined the ESI program as incentive providers. But unfortunately, a couple of years ago, the Korean major port dropped from the ESI program. So this is what I know. And 5-6 years ago, no Japanese port joined the ESI program. But nowadays, maybe something like 15 ports have already joined the ESI program. Why? This is difficult to answer, but this is based on my analysis, how the Japanese port changed their mind. I have been working as a salesman to visit IAPH member ports and encourage them to join the ESI program. I visited major Japanese port in 2020. And I explained this voluntary scheme to the Japanese major ports. And the simple question was raised by them. ESI program measures how much better the emission from the ships more than the IMO regulation, okay? But this questioner said, if the ship apply with the ESI, IMO regulation, that is enough. We don't need no more. So why don't we reduce our port due revenue by providing the incentive scheme to the ships. So all the ships which apply with the IMO regulation, it's okay, no problem. We don't need to hurry. That was a question to me raised by the Japanese ports. It was really difficult to persuade them to join the ESI program. 1 year later, 2021, the Japanese Prime Minister Suga, he decided to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050 as a whole of Japan. This was a declaration by the Prime Minister. This declaration changed the mind of the Japanese major port. We should go beyond the regulation. We need to hurry to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. So 2-3 years later, I visited Japanese major ports again and persuaded them to join the ESI program. They answered to me, it's okay. That is our ambition too. We should achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. That is why we will join the ESI program, even though we reduce the port due revenues. That was the answer to me. So the situation has dramatically changed in between 2020 to 2022 or 3. So finally, 14, 15 Japanese major ports already joined the ESI program. But I think this is very closely related to the Asian context. Most of the Asian ports don't want to reduce the revenue, even though we achieve the carbon neutrality. But the thinking has already been changing. So this seminar or the international forum is simultaneously broadcasted to the IAPH member ports in Asia. So that is why I would like to kindly encourage Korean ports as well as the IAPH member ports in Asian region to join the ESI program if you have the same ambition to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your explanation how you try to achieve Japanese major ports switching their position from no adoption to adoption, whereas at the same period how Korean ports joined in at first but later and they retracted from so. And while listening to your explanation, I was thinking, in traditional environmental economics, we say there is something called pollution heaven hypothesis. If you try to impose more stringent environmental regulation, and your stakeholders, port users, will go away from your port to some other less stringent ports. That has been the case for most of European ports. According to my own research, those ports in North Sea and other seas which implemented stringent one compared with the Mediterranean port, they seem to have lost at least 25 of their cargoes compared to Mediterranean. So unless there is a level playing field around most ports in the world, imposing more stringent regulation when we face a more economic downturn like today, it will be more difficult for ports to comply with that one. So probably we need to keep that important economic reason behind this one in our mind. Okay, and as to why the less developed countries are not able to enhance their sustainability compliance, I'm sure our third panelist, Dr. Wei-Min Ren, will explain from his experience what should be done further for those developing countries, because he is the director of the transportation division from ASCAP. He has been experienced many things to help to those economies. Wei-Min, are you ready?
Thank you very much, Professor Chang, for including me in this very interesting discussion. Well, I understand Professor Chang always asks tough questions to his students, but I really enjoyed the conversation you had with the previous speakers. To be honest, I was very impressed by the remarks and the points made by the previous speakers. They are the world leading experts in the port sector. So I'd like to thank the organizer of this forum for inviting ISCAP, to come and share some of our observations on the topic issue. So I really appreciate the theme for this forum, so which is transforming ports for a sustainable future, smart technologies and decarbonization. So which try to explore the synergies between smart technologies and decarbonization. This is what I understand. So having listened to the remarks by the previous speakers, I'd like to share a couple of views. First one is, I think it is a time to redefine the role of ports in advancing decarbonization of all port-related transport activities. In other words, all trade-related transport, because ports plays very important, indispensable role in international trade. So why I say that? Because I think first, as you all know, ports is a node of various transport flows in international trade, supply chain, the entire supply chain. So this position ports with a unique leverage over entire the transport flow, transport and logistic flow of any kind of international trade. So I think ports can play as a coordinator and also the promoter of decarbonization of transport, no matter it's sea transport, inland waterway transport, rail or road transport, as long as those transport connecting to the ports. So this is the first one. Second one, I think port is an interface between new energies or the energy suppliers and the consumers. No matter it's a shipping or ocean-going shipping or inland ships or the trucks. So ports also plays this very unique role as an interface between energy and the users. The third point is that ports, from I think from country's perspective, ports plays a crucial role for all the countries, particularly the coastal countries, to position themselves in international trade system. Why? Because different from shipping can be outsourced, right? In other words, not all coastal countries has a shipping industry, but all coastal countries has a port industry. So this is very unique, which means any initiatives relevant to ports, for instance, upgrading the port system, will get support from both central government and the local government. Because in addition to the crucial role for international trade for the country, but also if you look at the symbiotic relationship between ports and the cities where the ports are located, requires ports to take more active actions, right? To make their cities more livable and sustainable. So in other words, so all the initiatives related to ports will get support from the central and the local governments. So from these 3 points, I think it's really it's time to redefine the role of ports in advancing decarbonization of all port-related transports. So from my end, I think the role of ports can be considered as a decarbonization promoter, coordinator, facilitator, accelerator, and the most important, the leadership of ports. Yeah. So this is my first point. Second point is that I think solutions are more important than regulations. Yeah, I like to echo what the Secretary General just mentioned. Why I say that, I like to ask you a question. So, in your mind, which is the most successful case of improving cargo handling in ports? So I think you may mention many successful stories, but in my mind, it is the containerization. Back to 70 years ago, when the owner of the trucking company, Mr. McLean, if I remember his name correctly, invited the container. I think the initial idea is to solve the problem of slow cargo handling at ports. You know, how to improve the port operation efficiency? There are many ways. You can add more cranes or labor force, right? Then you can improve, you can make it faster to handle the cargoes. But that is not a disruptive solution. It is a container, right? Invented by a trucking company. It totally changed the maritime transport of general cargo. Now we have containerized shipping and also fully automated container terminals, right? So why, I like to, just share with you this story, because now we are talking about smart port. In the era of digitalization, I think the transformation of ports, the result is not simply about improvement of port operations, but it is a creation of new business model. I think already highlighted by the CEO and the president of Busan Port Authority. I really appreciate that. Only this kind of new business model can really bring disruptive changes. Now today we are talking about smart technologies and decarbonization. So what I can see is that in future, so as a result of transformation, digital transformation of ports, a new business model will be created that will have disruptive implication on decarbonization. So I think ports, now the question is that, are ports capable of doing that? I believe so. Why? Because the core of digitalization is all about data. In other words, who is the master of data? Who will make disruptive changes? Then who can do that? I think ports has comparative advantages over other stakeholders in shipping, in transport, or in all trade-related transport sectors. Because, as I said, ports are the interface, between like cargo owners, carriers, energy suppliers, energy users, and also the government sectors who are, dealing with customer issues or some other trade-related issues. So ports, you have very unique advantage in terms of data. In the era of digitalization, data is crucial. You are the master of data, then I believe you are able to make such disruptive changes and to facilitate decarbonization of the whole trade-related transport. So this is my second point. Now back to the question just raised by Professor Chang. In Asia Pacific, the overall development level in shipping port industry is quite diversified. We have quite advanced economies in maritime transport. including Korea is one of the best examples. But at the same time, we have a large number of developing countries. They are quite lag behind. For instance, those small island developing states in the Pacific, they are far away from international market, far away from global supply chain. So connectivity is always their national priority, but also the persisting challenges facing by those small island developing states. So how to help them address the difficulties they are facing? Now, I'd like to share with you, dear participants, the one United Nations General Assembly resolution on AI, which was adopted just 1 year ago. On the 1st of July 2024, the United Nations adopted a new resolution, which is entitled Enhancing International Cooperation on Capacity Building of Artificial Intelligence, in which member states of the United Nations resolves to enhance collaboration, particularly for those developing countries, their capacity, collaboration on the capacity building, particularly for those developing countries on artificial intelligence. Because the United Nations recognize the importance of AI in the overall social economic development, but at the same time also realized the big gap between developed countries and developing countries in artificial intelligence. So how to address this issue? So last year, the United Nations adopted a new resolution to encourage collaboration, international cooperation, to help those countries to address their particular challenges in AI. So ISCAP, as part of the United Nations, already identified the transport as one, the smart transport or maritime transport as one of their priorities in the transport work program. So we try to help those countries through performing the 3 basic functions of the Secretariat. The first one is intergovernmental convening. Under the ISCAP conference structure, we have a ministerial conference on transport, which is held once every 5 years. So we included maritime transport, digitalization of transport, decarbonization of transport as among with other subjects as the thematic areas of the topic for member countries to discuss and make decisions. And then under the Ministry of Transport, we have a committee on transport, which is senior level, senior official level, which is biannual session. And then we also include all those important issues in the agenda items. In addition to that, we also created a maritime policy dialogue, which is designed dedicatedly for the member countries to discuss all those emerging maritime issues, including decarbonization, digitalization, ports development, and some other issues. So this is intergovernmental convening. The second function is analytical work. So this is very important because we bring member countries together for what? For discussion and decision on emerging issues. Then what kind of emerging issues need to be discussed? So we need analytical work. In this regard, I'd like to express my special thanks to the organizer, Korean Maritime Institute, because in the past, almost, I think more than decades, we work very closely, try to provide knowledge products to our member countries. One of very successful case is the joint new publication, which is called Report of Sustainable Maritime Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific, which was launched last year. Now the second edition was just published about 2 weeks ago. The Vice President of KMI, Mr. King, joined the launch event in Bangkok. Yeah, we jointly launched the second edition. The third function is capacity building. That is exactly, I think, response to the question of Professor Zhang. So capacity building services is one of our pillar function. So every year we organize a large number of capacity building services to our member countries. I think in the recent years, my colleague, Ms. So King, knows that better than I know all the details. We provide capacity building services in response to the needs of member countries, right? Once we receive requests from member countries, then we design the program, capacity building program. So during the past 2 or 3 years, we received quite a lot of capacity building requests from those developing countries focused on shipping, on smart ports, on the resilience of ports. I think those are some focused area, right? Smart, decarbonization, resilience, particularly in the port sector. So we provided quite a lot of such kind of capacity building services to those member countries, especially small island developing countries, and as well as some other coastal developing countries. One example is, I think that's 2 weeks ago, right? Yeah, we jointly with International Maritime Organization, we jointly organized one workshop on greenhouse gas emission from shipping and data management, targeting at ASEAN member countries, Southeast Asia countries. So thank you very much, Professor Chang. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your articulating 3 important points from your experience. Number 1, need to redefine about the functional ports as an interface between the sea lag space and also inland space. And that's an interesting comment. However, for a long period, our maritime economies have redefined as a new role of ports, what is called port regionalization. And that's a lot cited by scholars in the world. And second point was the digitalization, and as a new business opportunity. That sounded very interesting because more ports are moving on to 2D, combination of digitalization and decarbonization. And as you mentioned, digitalization is providing ports with new business opportunity, because if you look at about the cross-border e-commerce, one of the fast emerging industry in the world, and near future cross-border cargo handling will be mostly done in port area, I think, because the scale should be upgraded. And third point is the need to collaborate between developed countries and developing countries. You mentioned about last year's UN new resolution. We are obliged to collaborate with developing countries, especially capacity building. And I'm sure, coming from IAPC, participating Japanese delegation, Japan has successfully implemented their JICA program, overseas development money. Similarly, Korean government has put a lot of money, and similar coined name is KOICA. And however, and the KMI is responsible for actually implementing, and the MOMAP actually set aside the money for overseas fund. So in that respect, I'm sure in the future, in the near future, we can do a lot together between ASCAP and Korea and hopefully China as well as Japan. Okay, I realize time is running very fast, so rather than keeping my remaining three further questions, I will give the floor to final panelist, President Song. After that, I will try to give floor to audience, okay? President Song.
Well, I really appreciate a great comments from all the panelists, especially Mr. Wei Min. I really appreciate all the activities and the focus areas of UN ASCAP. It's really timely and significant. And the Secretary General of IAPH, I really appreciate your presentation, especially how to apply ESI so that it can be adopted across the board by many ports and many ships. And Korea was among the initial nations to take part in, but later it withdrew its membership. I think we need to review it further because we have to consider the requirements from the government, the Korean government as well. But for Busan Port to become an active and fully committed member of IAPH, we should be aligned with IAPH in this policy direction. So we will apply an in-depth review on this matter so that we can see something really harmonious. And among many things you highlighted, I believe today's forum, co-hosted by KMI and IAPH, is truly significant. We have a Vice President and we have the Secretary General of IAPH as well as Managing Director Patrick. So we have a key leadership of IAPH here in Busan to discuss digitalization and decarbonization in order to realize the vision of smart ports. The fact that we have this forum and this discussion has such a great implication for the Korean ports, not just the Busan port. So at the end of the day, ship and port collaboration and port-to-port collaboration are critical in achieving this vision, and I believe IAPH can play a pivotal role in this regard. So the goal of decarbonization and digitalization can be realized and come into position with the key role played by IAPH, then the Busan port will make every effort to make a significant contribution to the realization of these goals under the leadership of IAPH so that we can jointly achieve the goal of decarbonization and digitalization for all the ports across the world. Once again, I really appreciate and I want to thank all of you for giving me this such great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Song has prepared multiple pages of comment and question, but to save our time, thank you very much for cutting your prepared question. And those remaining time can be used for floor question and comment. Anyone from the floor like to make comment or raise a question? If anyone wishing to contribute to this discussion, please raise your hand. And once you are selected as commentator or the questioner, please identify yourself as who you are and what you are, then proceed with your question. Anyone like to make a comment or raise a question to the panelists? Oh, yes. Gentleman along this section, yes. I can vaguely see his face, yes.
Good morning. I'm Hong Young-gi. I'm a journalist from Herald Economy. Rather embarrassing to see myself on the screen. The moderator, well, actually, the first question from the moderator is the problems of Busan Port from an outsider's perspective. I'd like to ask the panelists to give their take on the problem or the issues.
My first question, what problems actually do you see from outsider's perspective? I know Patrick was hesitant to talk about the weakness. However, as you learned a lot from today's meeting, and what would you like to probably talk about potential problem? And I'm sure President Song will talk a lot about that one because he's new president, and new president's role is to find weakness and trying to enhance the competitiveness. So, Patrick first.
Yeah, I said beforehand I'm not going to talk about problems of Busan Port Authority, but what I can see from our perspective where we stand, and that is a positive thing, is what I said before, is that there is a very proactive role within Busan Port Authority, but also the other Korean ports. We see that on the top ranking position that they take within our World Port Sustainability Program. In the global context, they are the number 7 in contributing initiatives on sustainability. So from that point of view, I think there is leadership. It shows there is leadership. When coming back a little bit to what Masahiko was saying about ESI and the uptake and why, I don't know the exact reason why the Korean ports pulled out of ESI, but maybe it has to do with governance as well. And one of the factors that we notice in uptake of issues like ESI, often it can be an issue where it's not up to the individual port to take a decision, but there is a ministerial level that needs to approve this. And certainly port dues are in a lot of countries heavily regulated. In Northwest Europe, we've seen the opposite. We've seen the liberalization of port dues. That a lot of ports they're their own master. They can decide whether they will give reductions. They can decide whether they have a commercial policy on tariffs. And maybe that is not exactly the same in Asian countries. I'm not saying that's per se a weakness, but it's definitely something to consider. Do ports need individually more autonomy when it comes to setting pricing structures, when it comes to taking commercial decisions, or should that still be something that is within the prerogative of the government? Even in Europe, we have that distinction. Ports in Northern Europe are typically freer than ports in Southern Europe. And that has to do with the fact also that ports in the north are owned by cities. And that explains maybe why they were the early adopters on ESI, together with the US ports, which are also not driven by federal level, but by local level. I'm not arguing here for a harmonization that all ports should be organized at local level, but maybe it is a factor to consider if you want to take up a leadership role is it in decarbonization, is it in digitalization, is it in resilience, that a certain amount of autonomy may be necessary to take decisions, to react faster to what the market is demanding, and also to react faster to what your stakeholders, your local community, people who live around the port and may see the externalities, congestion, emissions, that you can act faster. That is maybe something, I wouldn't call it a problem, but it's maybe something to consider.
That's excellent point. Difference between probably Korean or in broad sense Asian ports compared with European and North American ports is a long-standing port governance system. Yes, you are quite right. Maritime economies like us have been striving to transform port governance system from prior the public port system to more privatized system from the 80s. One of the ideas as a stepping stone was to establish port authority like the Busan Port Authority. If you look at our former actually directors, president of all previous BPA, other things, used to be former government official. I'm not criticizing about his active role, other thing. He's one of the most exceptional former the vice minister coming into running this one, but to be objective, that's probably a major difference. Every major decision has to be coming from central government through the port authority, finally to private sector. So there is not efficient information and decision-making flow from top government through this local. And the bankruptcy of Hanjin Shipping is one of the good examples why the top 6 shipping line in the world had to go bankrupt. So that's one of the probably weakness. However, back to his question, there have been excellent annual conference organized by Busan Port Authority. And this year, they are having another one in September. And the last year conference and 2 years conference, and they usually invite about top 3 consulting companies CEO. One of the top consulting company CEO mentioned exactly here what is the problem of Port of Busan. He criticized a lot about the blurry and the dark future of Port of Busan, in general, Korean maritime economy. Why? For several reasons. And we are left behind at the ports, and another problem is trade corridor will be shifted from current East Asian hub system more to the westward through Middle East finally. So therefore, Busan Port handles more than 50% of transshipment cargo. This is migrating cargo anytime soon, and all this transshipment cargo can move away from port. So he was mentioning a lot of problem. And shipping, and this regional shipping, we are too many, so not efficient. He listed out over 10 weak points, so probably you can refer to that one. Maybe the journalists should have a look at what he talked about this one. Yes, Wei Min?
I just like to add a few words to echo what Patrick just highlighted. So I think from my end, I would like to see Busan Port Authority could be more ambitious, because I understand innovation is a tradition of the Republic of Korea. And currently, AI has been identified as one of the national strategies of the country. So I think that in the era of digitalization, innovation and solutions are more important than regulations. So I hope Busan don't have to wait for regulations, to be more active, proactive, to be the leader of the industry, particularly in terms of decarbonization of the entire trade-related transport supply chain. Thank you.
Wei Min, you are quite right. You raised important question. There is the big question actually faced by most of the countries in the world when it comes to decarbonization goal strategy. I talked about there is long-standing hypothesis, pollution heaven hypothesis. Why many ports and shipping companies are not adopting this stringent ESI recommended by this one? They don't like to lose their money, because there is a trade-off relationship between environmental regulation and commercial interest. However, there is only one solution. This has been my frequent question to previous environmental minister during the previous regime. There is only one solution, not only sacrificing your commercial interest, at the same time increasing your environmental performance. Technological innovation. Technological innovation is the only solution to solving this one. So as you mentioned, AI and digitalization, all these Industry 4.0 technology is the only way of solving both problems. You're quite right. So as the title of this conference is Smart Port is the only way of solving this one. Any other question from the floor? Oh, yes. This could be our last question because we are supposed to finish this one at 11:30. Okay.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 한국
Good morning. I'm Hong Sung-eun from Korea Maritime Association. My question is the ESI program in Japan. has been adopted by 15 ports in Japan, thanks to the official declaration of the Prime Minister. Well, that was mentioned by a Japanese panelist. I don't think, well, there must be something you must have done in order to encourage ports. Only because of the Prime Minister's announcement, I don't think, they have adopted all of them. All of them adopted the ESI.
After Prime Minister Suga declared about carbon neutrality, and from, I think he mentioned 2015, but it should be 2020. And all the local ports in Japan changed their mind. So he's asking, even if the Prime Minister can declare that one, can local ports follow about his decision? Probably this is a Korean context. We never follow the top-down approach. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your question, and this is very important. And first of all, I need to say about the port administration system in Japan. For example, Port of Tokyo, they don't have independent port authority. Port of Tokyo is administered by the local government of Tokyo. The port department is only one section of the local government of Tokyo. So that is why they are the public servant. They don't really want to reduce the revenue. That is quite true. If the Port of Tokyo is independent from the local government as a port authority, so CEO or the president of the port authority can decide by himself or herself. But the local government need to apply to the council decision, and they need to follow the central government policy guidelines, something like that. So this is maybe the big reason why once the Japanese Prime Minister in 2020, he made a declaration that Japan as a whole aims to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. This is a big change for the long-term goal or the national goal. Is it a good answer to your question?
Not really. He is asking, even if the Prime Minister can declare, all the other entities, even that belong to the public characteristics, should follow his decision, because in Korea, the political power keeps changing. Okay?
Maybe in general, all the local government or even the private company follows the Prime Minister's guidelines or the decision as a whole. I think so.
I think I can maybe add something to that. It has to do with also the marketing approach that we from IPH follow. And to be totally transparent with this, IPH only took the full ownership of ESI in 21 or 22, I think. The ownership, the legal ownership. 21. Which is when we started also to develop ESI more in a professional way from a marketing point of view, because ESI started, as Masahiko said, as a voluntary project among a few Northern European ports and Californian ports, because they felt pressure, a lot of pressure. But they weren't so concerned at that time by expanding the scheme. When we took the ownership of it, we started with Masahiko in Asia, with Japan, we also worked with India, and in a good marketing approach, you need to adopt your strategy to your customer. And the customer is different. The system in Japan will be slightly different than the system in Korea. It's different than in India. So we are now trying to work out a schedule which is much more tailored to the governance differences between these ports. And sometimes we would need to convince a ministry rather than the ports. And in other situations, it's the other way around. It's the ports because they feel the local pressure. And we are taking a next step in that professionalization of the scheme also with a new contract that we're going to start with an external party. It's not decided yet, but it will apply from the 1st of January, all with the ambition of making the ESI the global standard, but adapted to the different situations of the different countries. And I think that is what this will allow us, and that's how we got Japan on board, and that's how we got now also a start in India and in other Asian countries, and I think that's the way we need to work at it. It's not necessarily the prime minister in every country, it will be different.
It's a little different view from a marketing perspective, and he's trying to advertise. He has done his job quite well. Not following Prime Minister's declaration, but he tried to persuade about the different countries and companies in political context, the adaptation to those things. That has been an excellent job anyway.
And the recognition by IMO, of course, is also important to make sure that it is global.
Right. As NGO, right. Although the discussion is going interesting, I think already this 10 minutes past about the finishing time. So thank you very much, all the speakers, panelists, also the floor questioners. And I'd like to conclude this panel discussion. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Yes, what an in-depth discussion and some of sharp questions from the floor too. Why don't we give another round of applause to Professor Chung and our panel for such a wonderful discussion. Thank you. We will now take a lunch break. You may go down. Thank you. But I have some important announcements for you. For our distinguished guests, a separate luncheon is prepared for you. So follow our staff's guidance to the luncheon venue. And for those of you who have registered previously, if you turn around, flip your name card, you will see the meal ticket. And you could go down to the third floor and you will have some of the options for your lunch. And raise your hand if you do not have the meal ticket in your name tag. Okay, we have prepared some extra meal tickets for you. So make sure to pick them up on your way out at the registration desk. 사전 등록을 하지 않으셔서 티켓이 없으신 분들께서는 저희가 여분을 조금 더 마련했습니다. 그래서 나가시는 길에 등록 데스크에서 점심 티켓을 수령하셔서 3층으로 가셔서 점심 식사하시면 되겠습니다. And we will see you back here for the second session at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. 1시 반에 다시 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
네, 지금 영어 채널 테스트 중입니다. 영어 채널 줌 테스트 중입니다. 영어 채널 줌 테스트 중입니다. 하나, 둘, 영어 채널입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 영어 채널입니다. 안 들어오세요? 네, 영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널. 한국어 채널로 바꿔볼게요.
네, 이제 곧 오후 세션을
We'll now begin the afternoon session shortly. I kindly ask you to take your seats.
감사하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the session 1 of the forum. So if you're still outside, please make your way into the hall and be seated. 다시 말씀드리지만 저희 행사에서는 한국어와 영어 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 필요하신 분들께서는요, 좌석에 비치된 수신기를 착용하시고 채널을 확인하시면 되겠는데요. 영어 통역은 채널 1번, 그리고 한국어로 진행되는 통역은 채널 2번이 되겠습니다. Once again, we provide simultaneous interpretation service for you in Korean and English. Kindly use the receivers provided at your seats and select your preferred channel. For English, channel 1 and Korean channel 2. Now, many participants are coming into the hall, and as soon as they take their seats, we'll go ahead and begin. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 International Forum on Smart Port Technology and Industry. Did you all enjoy your lunch? Very good. Let us go ahead and begin the afternoon sessions. The afternoon sessions are also packed with insightful and informative presentations and discussions. So looking very much forward to participating in these sessions. Let us go ahead and begin. The theme of our first session is Next Generation Port Automation. And to begin, let us first watch a brief introduction of the speakers and panelists contributing to session 1. See, I told you, you could very much look forward to the coming session here as you saw all these renowned participants. So, our first speaker is Dr. Oscar Pernia, CTO of Nextport, who will present on the topic Building and Operating Advanced Technologies in Smart Ports. Now, please note that Mr. Pernia wasn't able to make it here in person, so he is joining us via Zoom. So despite his busy schedule, we deeply appreciate his participation in both the presentation and discussion. So Dr. Pernia, are we connected? Are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Great. If you could start sharing your screen with us.
Yes, give me a minute.
Mm-hmm. Almost there.
I am sharing now, but I think it's not visible.
Not yet. Okay.
I am sharing the screen now, as we did in the rehearsal.
All right, as soon as we start seeing your screen, we will go ahead and begin. But so where are you joining us from?
I am in the very south of Spain.
I see.
In Algeciras. I used to work for Hanjin Shipping for 4 years, so Busan is very familiar for me.
Great
I have
to
many
hear
friends
that.
there.
Nice.
I'm very happy to present in Busan. Next time, I promise I will be in town.
Yes, we look very much forward to that. Now, everything's ready perfectly, so please go ahead and begin your presentation.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Korean Maritime Institute, IPH, and Busan Port Authority for the invitation. We are going to present on the topic of building and operating technology in smart ports, but with a specific focus on container terminals. So the topic that we bring is really on using data and digital twin and artificial intelligence to augment human capabilities. On that, our mother company, Moffat & Nichol, a recognized Californian engineering firm, decided to invest in smart port technology. And that means, as I said, the digital twin and AI, but furthermore also the partnership on IoT and big data, and also the opening by quantum computing. Why that is important? Because the ports are trying to be as more competitive as possible. There are growing pressures, not only vessel sizes, but also the resiliency of ports and decarbonization. And of course, the end-to-end logistic services that many carriers, but also logistic providers are trying to provide. So we try to structure the digital twin implementation through a very structured and disciplined approach that is coming from the devices, IoT, edge computing, the value of data, and what you can build on top of that. Important to remark here that we are not replacing anything that the TOS, the control system, or any other system provides today, but rather more augment those capabilities. And how we do that? Well, the terminal ecosystem is having a lot of data. With automation, this is becoming even more important because the equipment control systems and the IoTs again, and the many data sources from automation are creating much better and more precise understanding of the operation. And then the data platform has to be able to prepare the data for those applications that can be focused on monitoring with the live mirroring, troubleshooting with the process orchestration, and also optimizing with continuous improvement and so on. As our company has a strong foundation in simulation and advanced modeling, we are also connecting the digital twin with the advanced simulation solutions we have. Flex10 is its name. And also the opening again of quantum computing, which will allow a very, very important quantum leap in terms of processing capability. So the algorithms can be running on the fly and can provide solutions that can already optimize in real time. Where we are going to show a very practical use case. Our first implementation, it was in Malta Freeport. So what we are going to explain is the implementation that we did with CMA CGM in Malta Freeport, one of the main transshipment hubs in the Mediterranean, and a terminal that was investing in technology for a while already. So the digital solution, the digital twin solution for us is start with the data. Start with combining different data sources that today are disconnected. That means the terminal operating system, equipment control system, the PLCs directly, IoTs, and also the crane maintenance management system. So all that data foundation is being standardized and normalized with TIC 4.0, which is an industry standard for digitalization that is being supported by many, many terminal operators. One of them, CMA CGM. And on top of that, we try to facilitate the monitoring with TopView, the troubleshooting with FlowOps, and the continuous improvement and optimization with LinkIQ. Again, all done from the data foundation, the data core foundation that we create. In this case, when we are talking about digital twin, it's mainly focused on decision making and mainly focused on improving the user experience and how effective they are at control room. On top view, we have a very simplified user interface that provides a context but also priority, so the user can focus on what is important, on what is relevant in terms of performance, utilization, productivity. We also try to provide actionable information meaning that the user doesn't have to go and navigate through different systems, because that is complex, and as we have more data, it's becoming more and more complex. So operational visual management is the value proposition of our top view digital twin application. Together with that, we have FlowOps, which is in essence process orchestration. But the important part here is that on behalf of the user, on behalf of the terminal, there is an engine continuously analyzing the data that I mentioned, triggering alarms that are configured by the terminal. So we are fully flexible on adapting those alarms to the problems that the terminal considers relevant and where they want to focus on. And is tailor-made by user. So a dispatcher, fleet controller, ship manager, operations manager will have a different way of interacting with this, but all together we'll be sharing the alarm management and the troubleshooting. And very important, everything is recorded in terms of the alarm behavior and the user interaction behavior. So the system is learning as we go. And finally, the continuous improvement part, which beyond the traditional business intelligence with data from different systems, again, the combination of data allow you to do root cause analysis, be very precise with what can be improved. The human behavior is also analyzed, and we are enabling AI, meaning trend analysis, pattern recognition, time series, etc., etc. So we focus on performance, but more important, we focus on optimizing the unproductive time and the unproductive moves. But besides our presentation, this is directly coming from the terminal, from Malta Freeport. So they see the value on simplifying, as I mentioned, leverage data from the execution to be much more proactive on monitoring, learning and training. So this is very helpful to educate users as well. Sometimes there are challenges in the terminals because there are new employees and they have to be trained on the specific procedures and the specific systems. And finally, the implementation already demonstrate a high potential on cost saving. And we are moving as we speak with another 3 implementations. So Algeciras in Spain, which is owned by HMM, a South Korean company. San Antonio in Chile by Hapag Lloyd, and also Los Angeles Phoenix Marine Services, which is owned by CMA CGM. How the high level, the CEO view is. So basically this is complementing the task. And this is helping also the terminal understanding how they can improve not only the system performance and support, but also the user and organization. And then from the headquarters, they consider this a milestone. It's a pilot where we demonstrate that we can create value from data. And furthermore, that value can be translated into a daily utilized tool with digital twin. Then a little bit on what is next, what we are working on, and how we are integrating AI. First of all, CMA CGM tried to create an inflection point with this implementation. They see the connection of not only the terminal, but the shipping line processes, the port authority supporting processes, and so on. And we are moving forward with 2 specific cases. So the first one is on making better and more automated the troubleshooting. That means agentic AI, and that means the AI agents analyzing the information behind the systems across different systems and providing context to the user to make the alarm more usable and more comprehensive. And second, and very important, the action recommending what to do based on past resolutions and what the system was learning so far. So this demonstrates that in the control room, we can simplify and eventually how the users are interacting between each other and have them focus on value-added activities rather than on crazy monitoring everything what is going on. The second one is on connecting the shipping line. So in this case, CMA CGM is investing heavily on having a much better fleet with systems and optimizing navigation, optimizing port call, etc., etc. And what we do is to connect port state optimization with their planning. That involves shipping line, that involves shipping agent, that involves the vessel itself. And very important here, we integrate physical information, meteorological information, oceanographic information. That is very important for the navigation itself, but also for the port operation. So things like the tides, the bathymetries, the draft calculations, and so on, all that will be integrated in the digital twin. And second, and very important as well, when the vessel arrives to the port, everything about the pilots, the tugboats, the bunkering, and other services need to be coordinated. So we are helping connecting the dots between the shipping line, the terminal operator, but very important, the port authority and the port services. And again, from the customer, they are trying to invest in data, putting that data in value, and transform decision-making with digital twin and AI. And this is what we have been doing in the last 3 years. Now we are in the go-to-market phase. And again, I'm looking forward to visit Busan very soon and to collaborate with Korea Maritime Institute, but also with any other terminal operator and Busan Port Authority. Thank you very much for having us.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Pernia, for your valuable presentation. Okay, our second speaker is Mr. Tomi Rinta Cartano, Senior Manager at Kalmar, who will deliver a presentation on smart equipment technologies for next generation automated ports. So if Mr. Tomi Rinta Cartano could please come up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
점심을 잘 드셨네요.
So did you enjoy your lunch? Good afternoon. I am Tomi Rinda Cartano. Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum.
Thank you for inviting me to instead of Kalmar to present instead of Kalmar what is our perspective on the smart equipment technologies for the next generation automated ports. Just a moment, I have some technical difficulties here. Okay, sorry about that. So, going forward, automation has been the cornerstone of Kalmar's strategy, and it is representing the future of container handling. As this transformation is progressing, we are dedicated to being your trusted partner throughout this journey. And over the past couple of years, we have been focusing on understanding your needs to ensure the transition is as seamless as possible and as accessible as possible for your business. Kalmar's automation journey began in 2005 at Patrick, Brisbane, with the successful implementation of AutoStrat operations, which continued to run seamlessly even today. And building on this, Patrick, Sydney then deployed the pre-tested AutoStrats, completing the transition to automation in just 4 days. In 2012, Trayback Los Angeles integrated AutoStrats with ASCs and key cranes, and with this proven technology was later on then deployed by the VICT in Melbourne, utilizing the 2-high AutoStrats for efficient operations. And beyond these key projects, Kalmar has delivered our flagship reference, the Pier 400 in Los Angeles, and also other 14 automation solutions globally, integrating different types of container handling equipment. So let's take a closer look at the Pier 400 in Los Angeles, one of Kalmar's most complex and successful automation projects. At Pier 400, we seamlessly transitioned from a manned RTG system to an automated straddle carrier operation with a carefully phased out approach to ensuring minimal disruptions to the operations. And the results are speaking for themselves. Improved efficiency, streamlined workflows, and consistent performance. And moving forward, Pier 400 will be focusing on electrification, aligning the sustainability goals to reduce environmental impact while maintaining also the operational excellence. So Pier 400 highlights the potential of Kalmar's scalable and flexible technology, which is ready to support terminals of any size right out of the box. So let's take a look of the terminal in action very shortly. Is it possible to have also volume up for this one? Okay, to reserve some time, let's continue. So our success comes from listening to the customers and focusing on improving the solutions. And over the past couple of years, we have been enhancing both the product and the overall automation system, prioritizing reliability and optimization. And advancements like radar-based navigation have significantly reduced infrastructure costs while improving the efficiency. Also, cybersecurity has been one of our key focus areas. Kalmar One is the first port and terminal automation system to achieve IEC-based cybersecurity certification setting a new benchmark for the operational security. We have also streamlined the deployment process for automation projects and software, making adoption easier and more accessible than ever for all of our customers. So these are highlighting the meaningful progress that we have made and achieved together with the customers by listening and collaborating with them. So let's take a moment then to explore the key benefits of Autostraddle Carrier solution. So it is standing out as the leader in delivering the lowest total cost of ownership among both manual and automated container handling equipment solutions. First, the Kalmar Autostrad delivers significant cost savings when compared to the other systems, and unlike with automatic stacking cranes, it is eliminating the need for expensive civil infrastructure and require far fewer pieces of equipment, which is reducing operating expenses and capital expenditures. And when compared to manual operations, the savings come from the lower labor and energy costs, as Autostrad's terminals can be operated efficiently with a minimal crew. Autostrads are also delivering exceptional time to value. The first phase can be operational in under 18 months, and full implementation is normally done within 3 years, making it one of the fastest return on investment options in the industry. And as it is built to last, Autostrads are designed with durability in mind, experiencing lower wear and tear and extend their lifespan. Additionally, when equipped with the Kalmar One, their usage is optimized by scheduling the recharging during the idle periods, enabling the electric fleet to match the performance and efficiency of hybrid equivalents. And moreover, Kalmar's manual straddle carriers are automation ready, enabling retrofitting for cost-effective path to automation later. But in today's presentation, I would like to focus more on two different topics. The relaunch of Kalmar One as a fully equipment and OEM agnostic automation system, and the introduction of automation as a service. So let's begin by taking a look at a short video introducing Kalmar One automation system.
Are you looking for a solution that can manage your entire fleet, no matter who supplies your automated equipment? Avoiding vendor lock? Then Kalmar One is what you're looking for, as it gives you a single system that can integrate and optimize your terminal operations, seamlessly interfacing between your TOS and other systems and your automated equipment, making sure things happen in the right sequence and at the right time, minimizing empty driving distances and allowing you to do more with a smaller automated fleet, driving greater operational efficiencies and lowering your costs. Kalmar One can work with any type of automated equipment from any OEM, giving you one tested, scalable, and flexible system that focuses on optimizing your entire fleet and container flow. Kalmar One, automation for all.
So, one of the key concerns that we have been hearing from customers is the risk for vendor lock-in. And let me illustrate this with two different common cases that represent how automation is typically implemented in terminals today. So in the first approach on the left side, selecting a single vendor for both automation system and equipment is often tying you to that supplier. And while this may simplify the initial setup, it is limiting the flexibility when scaling your operations and replacing equipment in the future, creating long-term investment risks. And in the second approach on the right side, some terminals are attempting to avoid this by splitting yard and horizontal automation between multiple different vendors. And however, this approach is leading to lock-in with multiple suppliers instead. And even worse, the separate systems are often operating independently, creating inefficiencies instead of optimizing the terminal as a whole. So there is a smarter way to address this challenge. Kalmar One was designed from the start to be equipment-type agnostic automation system, capable of controlling all automated yard cranes, autostrats, and shuttles. And in 2017, we introduced public APIs to seamlessly integrate with equipment from other vendors. But we didn't stop there. We have taken it a step further. Kalmar One is now available as a standalone automation system, fully independent of Kalmar equipment. And with this relaunch this year, Kalmar One has become a truly equipment and OEM agnostic automation solution, setting a new standard for the industry. So let's take a moment to summarize how Kalmar One is offering comprehensive range of benefits as a truly equipment and OEM agnostic automation solution. So by removing the risk of vendor lock-in, Kalmar One is ensuring the end-to-end optimization with features like integrated monitoring, advanced data analysis, and a single unified user interface. Also, its scalability and flexibility are enabling seamless support for the mixed fleets, including equipment from multiple OEMs and both hybrid and electric solutions. And this is making it easy to standardize automation across your operations. As for multi-terminal operators, Kalmar One is streamlining the competency requirements, accelerating the process development, and also boosts efficiency by providing a shared solution across all of your sites. For single terminal operators, it is offering a robust ecosystem built on a configurable platform where updates and improvements to the common code base are benefiting all of the users, ensuring continuous improvement for everyone. So in a summary, with over a decade of proven performance with Kalmar One, it is reliable, future-ready automation solution that is designed to meet the evolving needs of the industry. And with the automation as a service, the benefits of the Kalmar One are accessible no matter what equipment you are using. So let's dive into new collaboration model in a short video.
Introducing automation as a service that gives you a partner who will deliver a world-class automation system that will grow and adapt to the changing needs of your operations over time. Automating your terminal with Kalmar will be a continuous journey, a journey delivered by one team who stays by your side past the key delivery stages, maintaining and optimizing your automation system once it's in full operation. This service is a new way of working together from day one, delivering greater value quicker and sharing the risks alongside the rewards. You'll get a partner, one with common targets and objectives, allowing you to realize the full value of your automated operations every day. Kalmar Automation as a Service for the journey.
So before diving into the details of automation as a service, let's first take a moment to review the typical model for automation projects today. The current model is focusing on equipment sales with defined specifications, milestones, acceptance criteria. And while this is working well for the conventional projects, automation is introducing unique challenges, such as unclear acceptance criteria, limited opportunities for early validation, and also insufficient engagement with terminal personnel early in the project. So there's also no structured framework for long-term collaboration, as the optimizations are treated as one-off projects. In addition, the capital expenditure heavy financial model also is commonly limiting the flexibility, making it more difficult to adopt ongoing service-based enhancements later on in the project after the go-live. So these challenges are highlighting the need for a new, more collaborative, service-oriented approach in the industry, one that is placing greater emphasis on alignment, early validation, and continuous optimization to ensure that your long-term goals are achieved. So, automation as a service is a new service-oriented model that separates the automation from traditional equipment delivery. The focus is shifting toward long-term performance, delivered as an ongoing service. And from the moment the contract is signed, we create a digital twin of your terminal. And this is allowing us to optimize and validate the operations early on, ensuring a smooth and efficient transition to automation for you. And terminal personnel are also actively involved throughout the process, fostering for collaboration and alignment between Kalmar and you. And after the go-live, the focus is on continuous improvement with proactive efforts to keep your terminal performing at the peak performance over time. And a key element of this is to use agreed KPIs, which are guiding the service lifecycle to ensure that the system performance is aligning with your business goals for shared success. So let's summarize. The value of adopting automation as a service, it's really coming to it introducing a subscription-based approach that is reducing the upfront capital expenditures and spreading the costs over time, while maintaining the same net present value and offering more financial flexibility for you. The model is built on true partnership. Pricing is tied to agreed upon KPIs and ensuring our success is directly aligned with yours and that we achieve shared goals together. And it also delivers faster time to value, thanks to the digital twin I mentioned, which allows us to optimize operations and engage your team right away, preparing for the seamless automation journey. A focus also on the continuous improvement after the go-live is ensuring that we proactively are addressing any specific gaps and identify opportunities that are unique to your terminal. And this collaborative approach helps us to work closely with your team to maximize performance. So in summary, automation as a service, it is providing flexibility, faster results, and sustained long-term value that modern terminals need. A forward-looking and efficient way to automate your terminal. And this brings us to an important question. Are you ready to take the first step in planning the automation journey? That is the most critical part of any automation project. So here is how Kalmar's terminal design services can support you. We use advanced simulation and emulation tools to model the terminal operations and provide clear, fact-based insights to help you choose the right concept. In addition, we also develop detailed business cases to ensure you can confidently select the best operational model tailored to your specific needs. So to wrap up, I would like to leave you with this key takeaway. Gaining a clear understanding of the total cost of ownership is essential when planning an investment in the terminal automation. The TCO is going beyond the initial costs, accounting for the full life cycle expenses to provide a complete picture of operating an automated terminal. So, if automation is on your horizon, our workshops, custom modeling, benchmarking that are supported with advanced simulation and emulation tools can help you build and validate a strong business case for your terminal. Thank you for your time and attention today. If you would like to learn more, feel free to get in touch with me later on. Thank you, everyone. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much, Mr. Rinta Cartano, for your valuable insights. We will move straight on to the third presentation, which will be delivered by Mr. Kinya Ichimura, Senior Researcher at the Japan Port Terminal Association. Ladies and gentlemen, he has already walked up the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to say thank you for the Ministry of Oceans, Fisheries, and the KMI IAPH. So it is a great honor to present about my data system today. And then so I'd like to present about dataization of the container terminal. First, I'd like to introduce myself. So my name is Kinya Ichimura, and my background is a mechanical engineer, and also a US registered professional engineer. And then so I joined my company in 1992. Then so early 1990s, so I joined the automation projects like OHBC or AGB in Singapore. After that, I involved the high productivity crane development in United States Paseco. Paseco is the inventor of the container crane, so pioneer of a container crane. And then recently, I joined several projects for the container terminal automation or container terminal dataization. And then so my company, Mitsui E&S, formerly known as Mitsui Engineering Shipbuilding. The company established in 1917 as a shipyard. However, recently, so our company is a heavy industry. And then so our main product is marine diesel engine or container crane and systems, and also industrial machinery. We have a 3-product group, and then that the logistics system division provide the container crane, also provide the TOS. And then so new business development division provide smart terminal data twin. Today I present. Okay, that is container terminal. So I think today's audience know about the container terminal well. And today, container vessel became bigger and bigger and reached to the 24,000 TEU. It's a huge vessel. Under the circumstance, the container terminal have strong pressure to boost up the productivity. Some terminal also make bigger. For example, this container terminal in the photo have a lot of cranes working simultaneously. They have 8.9 kilometer straight key and moreover 65 container crane, STS crane, and 210 RTGs. So many cranes working simultaneously. And then in late 1990 to early 2000, this industry talk about high productivity container crane, like a tandem 40 STS crane. However, today, container terminal require the operational optimization. It means the software upgrade as well as the hardware upgrade. Hardware upgrade means the high productivity crane. Under the circumstance, the smart port or data port is very important. So there is a two words, datization and digitalization. Digitalization is a process to convert the analog format to digital format. For example, music transformed from the analog record to CD, compact disc. And digitalization is the implementation of the new business models, a new business model by enhancing the business process and leverage the big data. For example, CD data is already data to go into the data streaming service, like this. And in context of the container terminal, automation, crane automation or process automation is a digitization. And then digitalization is connect to the old data to the data twin, and then so make another new profit from here. And then data twin is a powerful tool to enhancing the productivity. Data twin today is a very useful technology, and so became common technology, like factory automation or like infrastructure maintenance or traffic control, etc. Dr. Neuberg collected 141 research paper in regard to the data twin for port and terminal. And then he defined the 3 types of data system. So data shadow, data support, data shadow, and data twin. In addition to his definition, so we separate the two, we add 2 more definitions for the digital twin. Data twin have a data system, and after that, data analysis is available. And then so optimize the data and return to the real world. So to return to the real world, manual or automation, we define the 2 types of the data twin. And then so we recommend to the data twin for the container terminal is C1, that type. So that is our recommendation data twin for the container terminal. So the real CT and the virtual CT is the twinning through the TOS data or the other data. And then AI is using the digital terminal data and optimize the operation and then reflect to the logic simulator. So Here, the real terminal is the operation in the previous figure, and then virtual city is the data system of the previous figure, and then AI is the data analysis of previous figure. So this three-step, three-layer is available. And then manned planner can check the situation, AI optimize the situation, and AI optimize the operation, and logic simulator show the human operator graphically. And the human operator can select the which is good for their terminal. And then after that, he reflects manually to real world, real container terminal. That is, we call the manual reflect system. And then so we recommend to such kind of data twin for the container terminal. Also, late 2010, so there is a lot of research paper in regard to the data twin for the container terminal. So I introduced these two papers, so Dr. Gao's and Dr. Wang's one, and then both two systems provide the two-layer in a data area. One layer is data management, data system, and the upper layer is the data analysis. So data system layer, bottom layer, is collect the data and make a data model and show the simulation. That is the bottom layer. And the upper layer is a kind of the application, for example, using the AI and optimize the operation. So this is the same as our proposed system, and then also, so it is kind of the standard for the data twin system in this area. So how improve the container, AI, how improve the container terminal? So I introduced the two examples. So one example is container stacking plan. For example, so our target container is a star marked, and then so this is stacked and lower tier. Container terminal have to remove the upper tier, so-called rehandling. Of course, container terminal want to reduce the, minimize the reshuffling, rehandling. And then so AI supports such kind of the planning. Another example is crane allocation. For example, job occur between the crane 1 and the crane 2, yard crane 1 and yard crane 2. Which crane we will pick up this container? So we need a comprehensive decision. So not only for the distance from the container, target container to the container crane. So AI will assist such kind of system. So this one is our product for data twin. I'm sorry, so that is caption in the Japanese, but this one is a data twin system of actual terminal. That is twinning for the real Japanese terminal. And then, so in a data terminal, we can put on the virtual camera, and you can see any angle, any place in the data world. Also, this data came from the TOS, and then if you want to click the container, you can see the container data. So dashboard is display the KPI, key performance indicator, like this. So in that case, connect to the real terminal, and then so real-time operation can see in a data system, and the KPI is the real-time KPI. So not only for the real time, but also using the data and using the simulator, we can make ideal situation. ideal situation is very useful for the training. For example, so today we carry on the, some kind of the handling operation, and then we can bring the data and change the condition, like number of the container crane, and simulate and summarize or review of the today's simulation, and or we change the condition and we can find another better solution. And that the training is very good for the such kind of system. Also, we can make tomorrow's schedule, tomorrow's plan. So, for example, so simulator can simulate the different conditions. So different number of the quayside crane, different number of the yard crane, different number of container crane, container chassis. And then we can make an answer of the simulation. And then the operator can check which is better for their operation. And they can choose the operation from the data twin systems. Okay? So that is a sample screen of the simulation. And make a result and show the result, depending on the condition. Yeah, condition by condition. Okay? So that is a data twin system. So KPI is, for example, crane working hour, crane productivity, crane waiting time, or load chassis, turn time, etc. Okay? That is the important section of today. Okay? So, as I explained, simulation of data system can produce a lot of data, tremendous of data. You can simulate, change the condition. For example, change the number of crane, change the number of chassis. Simulator generate tremendous data. The left table and then the column line is each case, so depending on the condition. And the bottom one is the KPI, the result of the simulation. So a lot of KPI. So how to evaluate is very difficult. And then so to simplify the story, so we think only 2 KPI is available for data terminal. This KPI 1 and 2 is both of them is preferred to the larger value. And this white mark is the actual data. We can get the actual data for the KPI 1 and KPI 2, and then simulator generate P2 and P3. So we change the condition, and the simulator make answer P2, P3. Which result is better, P2 or P3? Furthermore, we can make a P3, P4, P5, P6, P100. So easily make a result. However, how to choose the better solution? By adapting the evaluational access, so we can evaluate. For the right figure, P2 is, P3 is better than P2. And then left hand, P2 is better than P3. Yep. And then again, so the container operator have a lot of KPI, as I said. And then simulator make a lot of data, tremendous of data. And then we system supplier. And then so I said to our customer, to terminal operator, oh, we can provide the data. And then so you can choose it. Up to you. But the terminal operator have a lot of the KPI. And then so it is very difficult to choose the one or two, or to choose to defining the evaluation by access is pretty challenging for the container terminal operators. So we like to recommend to factor analysis system. So we carried on the inquiry survey to the Japanese container terminal. 5 terminals, 547 terminal, 55 terminal operator, and get the factor load matrix. Factor load matrix choose the factor 1 or 2 or 3, so main factor of this condition. For example, factor 1 is real-time operation is important. Factor 2 is tomorrow's planning is important. And the factor 4 is retention of the container terminal is important to minimize the retention of the container terminal. So the left figure is a horizontal line is empty container ratio. And then so vertical line is the factor score of the factor 4. Factor 4 is minimize the retention of the container. And then so once the empty rate is going up, and then so correspond to the empty container ratio, or the factor 4 point also going higher. This breaking line is approximately line of the all of data. This terminal one is far from this this breaking line, so approximate line. That means there is something of the reason. For example, so strong pressure for the reduce the container inside of container terminal due to the space limitation, etc. So that is analyzing to using data from the data twin. Okay, that is conclusion. Thank you for your attention, and this presentation maybe provide you the good image for the data twin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ichimura, for your valuable presentation. So we'll move on to the discussion session for session 1. As I mentioned earlier, the theme for this session is next generation port automation. So we heard presentations about actual automation processes, what kind of technologies they're using, and also digitalization, digital twins. There are many interesting concepts that we heard, and I hope it is my expectation that through this discussion session we're going to hear more about these concepts in detail. And our moderator will be Dr. Sang-hee Choi, Vice President of the Korea Maritime Institute. And once the stage is set, we will invite all of the panel members and the chair up to the stage. You will see on the screen where you are going to be seated, so please look at the screen and find your seat, and please come up to the stage and be seated, and we'll go ahead and start the session as soon as everyone is seated. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome the crew for this session's discussion with a big hand? Thank you. So, Dr. Che, I will hand over the mic over to you. Thank you.
예, 반갑습니다.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So the 3 presenters kept the time limit very accurately, and thank you for your punctuality. I'm going to speak in Korean for the benefit of the audience. So if you are not proficient in Korean, then you can rely on interpretation. We are scheduled to have for about 45 minutes from 2:30 to 3 to 45 to 3:30, and I believe that you have a lot of questions as well. And as moderators, I also prepare some questions for the speakers. So I would like to briefly summarize the presentations, and then we will dive into the discussion session. And for each question, I would like to give 3 to 4 minutes for presenters to respond. So for one question, we will hear answers for 3 to 4 minutes. So I really enjoy all the three presentations, especially for our journey toward the next generation port, especially the Oscar Pernia. He talked about the data-based digital twin strategies and also AI integration for problem solving. So I think presentation was really great. And second, from Karma, we had the presentation by Tommy Rinta Cartano, and he talked about the autostraddle system, and also he talked about the benefit of the TCO for Karma One and Karma One as a service. So he gave us an explanation about the benefits of Karma as one service. And then the last presentation by Kinya Ichimura, he talked about the database digital twin for the efficiency of the terminal operation and for prediction. And he also talked about how we could predict the operational situation and how we could utilize the digital twin to come up with the strategies for terminal operation. So we had the three presentations, and I just summarized the three presentations. We also have two discussants. So I will also introduce the two discussants first before we go into the actual discussion session. So the first discussant is Mr. Park Kun-mo, Director of Hyundai Rotem, Vice President of Hyundai Rotem. Secondly, we have the Yeon Jung-hoon, Senior Director of Port R&D Department of Busan Port Authority. And I believe speakers, we don't have to have discussion again, introduction again. So I'd like to turn over the microphone to the discussant Park Kun-mo for his comment. So you can give us the comment for the presentations or just for the overview. As you know, the Hyundai Rotem it started as an equipment manufacturer, but starting from last year, we participated in the Busan Port project, and we also secured an order for the Gwangyang Port project, and we are involved in the several projects for the next generation port automation. In this regard, all of your presentations were very informative to us, especially listening to the presentations. I found that all these issues actually boil down to the importance of maximizing productivity, minimizing cost, while ensuring the robustness for the long-term use and sustainability. At the same time, you have to have a flexible update to meet the demand for different times. So I think these are the goals for smart port. And we talked about the electrification, automation, and also the intelligence. So we do use the terms, very diverse terms. But I believe that the closest, for us, the perfect definition for smart port is they should be based on data, and you should provide a dynamic intelligence. So this is something that we have to go for. The reason why I mentioned this is because all the three presentations, they talked about the digitalization technologies. They emphasized the importance of data, IoT, digital twin, and AI. The reason why they all emphasize this is because these are the methods to minimize cost. So for example, like the establishing a new port, it requires a huge capex, and oftentimes they're pretty rigid to changes. But at the same time, we have to take into consideration all the dynamics and different and potential changes. And also there should be a strong durability and also the safety. And so again, it boils down to the issue of the operational efficiency. And so we had the experiences of the Busan port project and also the Hwaya. And although we have short history in engaging in smart port project, but previously we had the perspective that we are the equipment manufacturer. But we changed our perception that we are no longer a mere equipment manufacturer, rather we are a service provider. And we have to provide a long-term services and collaboration with the customer throughout the journey of the port. And the only ways we can do this is through the data and software. So in automobile, we use the term software-defined vehicles, and we have the SDF, or software-defined factory in manufacturing sector. And in this regard, I think for port, we can use the term SDP, or software-defined port.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Yeon Jung-eum, the Senior Director of VPA. I am working on the development of smart port technologies at BPA. It is a great privilege to hear in-depth presentations today on the 3 key themes related to smart port. So the ports, other ports, and other port-related businesses would think quite alike. The 3 presentations in the first session are talking about digital twin-based digitalization. And since 2021, over the last 3 years, Busan Port for Busan Pier 1 has conducted a demonstration project as a POC project for digital twin. And there are 5 lessons that we've drawn. The first, in building digital twin platform, the most critical factor is how precisely the digital twin can replicate the actual terminal environment. The level of fidelity directly determines the accuracy of the platform's core functions, such as real-time monitoring and simulation. But this is one of the greatest challenges we faced. And the second is one of the greatest challenges we faced. Another great challenge is system compatibility. So the digital twin must not conflict with or be incompatible with terminal's existing terminal operating system or TOS. So integration or working togetherly on this new systems is not really welcomed and fully accommodated. So we need to find some system harmony and data compatibility. The third point, I believe that Busan Port is really advanced when it comes to technology, but the IoT sensors and communication infrastructure-wise, Busan Port is not really advanced. Well, to be honest with you, there are not many cranes and equipment which are equipped with IoT sensors. So we had to retrofit them with IoT sensors. Well, this cost us a lot. And the information collected through IoT sensors should be processed and should be transferred and transmitted over a 5G network. And a newly 5G network was deployed to support communication. So this type of basic infrastructure should be in place in order to build and create a digital twin and a digital platform. Only then we can ensure a high productivity. The fourth point is access to external information. So that we can have easy access to any information contained within the port premise. However, we have to work with external tracking. So their passage information and their transportation information should be secured to ensure seamless flow of information and data. The last point is the most critical one, user engagement and utilization. Developers and users have a completely different perspective. So we came to realize that as we build digital twins, we've developed all the features highlighted and covered by all the presentations. But from a user's perspective, not all of them are needed. In our discussion with Pier 1 of Newport, out of 15 newly developed features, they actually need and use only 2 to 3 features. Rather than monitoring, they want monitoring, a simulation feature. They are doing optimization within their terminal operation system. Their cargo handling simulation result, whether it's really optimal or not, they want to see such compatibility and comparison between their system and between the feature we develop. That is why I believe user engagement and utilization is very important. So I believe a PLC-based crane management system is critical among all the systems and the features to ensure high productivity, because crane is quite critical for the productivity of a port. The last point I'd like to highlight is that when we talk about smart port, we talk about automation and digitalization. These are the two key pillars when we talk about a smart port. But we have a different perspective here. In order to maintain the productivity of a fully automated terminal, we need to reduce the ratio of breakdown and failure of equipment, as well as the optimization of operations. In that sense, crane and transport vehicles accident or malfunctioning should be predicted through the new development of technology, or upgrading existing technologies. In the smart port scheme, many of the equipment are operated autonomously. So the need for port workers has been reduced dramatically. To touch upon the two technologies under development, when there is a hailstorm, when there is a typhoon, container or cranes should be fixated using lashing. And so far, the lashing has been done by human workers. But now, if that can be automated and that can be autonomous, I think we can reduce the actual risk of any kind of accident. But I don't think, although this is very important, not many people are interested in developing this type of technology. It is quite important for us to develop technologies for automation, but we should be able to maintain the level of automation while ensuring safety. I believe this is also very important. Thank you very much. There are so many features and technologies out there, and a wide range of technologies under development, but not all of them are actually needed and required and used by the users. And is there any of the speakers who wants to make an additional comment on the panelist discussion?
No. Okay. 예, 좋습니다.
Yes, so I believe everybody agrees 100%. We are all in agreement. And so for the 3 presentations, but I think still in session 2, there will be other presentations related with the digital twins. So maybe we can talk about digital twins later. So I would like to ask my questions to the 3 presenters. So for the first presenter, I think the technology related with the smart port include the IoT, digital twin, AI, quantum computing. So these are all related with the 4th industrial revolution. and they are applied for the construction, design, and operation of terminals and ports throughout their life cycles. So in this regard, the smart technologies, to be more specific, where can they be utilized for what applications? So that this question goes to the CTO Oscar Peña of Nextport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Choi. Can you hear me okay?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. Well, I think that when we started the journey for digital twin, we saw that many of the pilots and the proof of concept were focused on 3D representation, which is a nice feature, but we prefer to focus on decision making. So the digital twin is combining different data sources that today are disconnected. And that is very important because for the terminal itself, the TOS is not enough. I think that this is something that we realize IoT is becoming to provide real-time feedback in terms of what is really happening at execution. And of course, you have crane maintenance management systems and the equipment itself that provides very useful information that has to be combined. So at a very basic level, that allow monitoring and continuous improvement, but furthermore, if you are persisting the data, you have the historical and you have much more precise understanding how your facility is behaving. And that includes the vessel, but also the yard, the gate, intermodal, etc., etc. So in general, I think for the terminal, the next steps are on connecting the interfaces with the shipping line and Port Authority. And furthermore, I think the different partners can learn from the past and predict into the future. For that, it was mentioned a lot, simulation. It's fundamental that the simulation engines are being integrated in the digital twin. I think my panelists, colleagues were emphasizing that as well. And there are new technologies like quantum computing that maybe are at a very early stage, and maybe we are not ready for that. But we need to prepare the algorithms, and we need to prepare the data and find the concrete applications to make that useful in the near future.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kenya, is there anything you would like to add on to that?
Oscar talked almost all, and then so I pointed out the technology are using so different layers. So as I explained in my presentation, data area of data twin have two layers. One is a data system layer, and another is a data analysis layer. And then so obviously these two layers are different. And the AI or something of the analyzing system is using an data analysis layer, and the IoT or the hardware side technology, so including connecting to the PLC or the crane monitoring, is a data system layer. So we have to think about where we will use this technology. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 예, 그럼
Thank you very much. Moving on. Let's move on to the second question. In smart port, I think securing the competitive advantage or accommodating the super large vessels and also the environmental sustainability. So most of the ports around the world are establishing smart ports and operating them for these purposes. Let's say that if the global ports, if their levels of the smart port infrastructure, if the technologies and infrastructure are similar, then there will be no particular specific competitive advantage. So in order to secure the competitive edge, what will be the future destination that we have to make investment? Or what will be the operational strategies that we have to take for the next generation competitive edge? So, the Commerce representative, can you please answer the question?
Opportunity to answer this. I think the differentiator will be coming down to the total cost of ownership, what I mentioned earlier, as the technologies will be somewhat similar. So with the right selection of technologies that are right for your terminal, and I'm not saying that AGV or Autostrat is right for every single terminal that is there. But with the selection that is optimal for your terminal layout, it is possible to derive substantial savings on the infrastructure savings, which are extremely expensive. Also, that can derive greater fleet efficiency as well by utilizing the unique characteristics that are better suited for your terminal layout from a specific equipment type, which can then result into long-term equivalent annual costs that are lower compared to the competition. In addition to that, I tried to, in my presentation, highlight the importance of the more important collaboration with the automation provider. So not only working as a one-off project or trying to generate a one-off project, but actually utilizing the expertise that has already been deployed all over the world and also which is scalable for the business. It's incredibly expensive to develop automation capabilities in-house. So there where the automation as a service with the equipment suppliers comes in. And last thing, what I want to highlight is that most of the mistakes in automation projects are done at the beginning of project, when the terminal is being planned. So especially that phase of the total project is requiring significant efforts in order to identify, or first of all, investigate what are the different options that are available for you, then qualifying that how does it actually compare against all of the targets that you have set operationally and financially, but also then what was highlighted by my fellow panelists here, demonstrating through emulation and simulation that it actually works and is delivering the type of results that is expected from the terminal.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 그러면 추가적으로
Thank you very much. Then I would like to ask a follow-up question.
카르노 매니저님.
Again, to the Commerce representative. So for Autostrat, we had a very good presentation about the Autostraddle. It had a lot of benefits in terms of cost, and I was very impressed by that system. But despite that, most of the global port terminals, they still use AGV system, as far as I know. So can you please explain the reason why? And also, for the maintenance cost of the Autostraddle, I heard that it's very costly compared to other manufacturers. So aside from the pros for the Autostraddle technology, can you also talk about some cons, disadvantages?
Okay, let's start by addressing why the AGVs might be appearing more widespread, and then clarify what is the picture with Autostrat capabilities and cost effectiveness. So AGVs have had a long history in the market with the first reference points dating back to 1989, if I'm not incorrect. And so they have had enough time to establish as a proven solution and has already many references. But that just means that they have had more time to establish those references. In addition, what was referred to here is that they have a more attractive pricing point per unit. And I want to highlight the word unit, per unit. And also lower maintenance costs per unit, as they have a simpler design. So let me go into those like more deeply into what is actually behind the cost of ownership, lower cost of ownership that I showed you earlier, based on real customer cases that have been calculated in Australia. And they are varying based on the terminal designs, of course, all around the world, and would be different in Korea's case. But it comes down to, while the AGVs might have a lower upfront costs, the comparable terminal operation typically would be needing a higher number of AGVs, while the autostrats, on the other hand, would be able to serve this given number of STS cranes with a lower number of units. And this is primarily due to the ability to handle decoupled operations, which means that straddle carriers are able to handle containers without being linked, without being at the same time with the crane when the container is lowered to the ground or to the AGV. Another perspective that I want to highlight here is that AGV's systems, they typically require key cranes that have secondary trolleys in order to work in many terminal layouts. And this requires also a stronger key area. Once again, more expensive civil works. So it comes down to these heavy, expensive, very expensive civil projects that are then required, and expensive investments that are required to dual trolley STS cranes, where the benefits of the autostraddle carrier actually comes in, because they are once again decoupled from the cranes. Perhaps the last highlight regarding the this cost of ownership related discussion is related to that AGVs require the parallel buffer. So basically when from the STS crane the container is lowered, if the container is not available, the crane either needs to wait for it or it lowers it to the parallel buffer zone next to it. So this is introducing inefficiencies in a terminal, which is normally tackled by introducing more AGVs to the fleet. But perhaps if I cover one more topic, and that is related to the claimed maintenance cost that you brought up. So yes, while the autostrats have a more expensive, they are more expensive per unit, as they are heavier than AGVs. But I would argue that because of this reasoning, what I highlighted earlier regarding the infrastructure costs and the buffer zone, the parallel buffers, that is well offsetting the cost, investment cost overall to autostrats. Other thing is then related to the complexity of the autostraddle solution compared to AGVs. But here, I want to highlight that this complexity is actually enabling the autostraddle carriers to work in a decoupled operation independently from the key crane and ASCs. And which is then optimizing basically the traffic flows, not only in the yard interface area, but also then for the truck interface area as well, which can be fully automated.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for such an elaborate answer to the question. My next question is to Dr. Orska Pernia and Mr. Ichimuro Kenya from Mitsui E&S. I think you two presented on digital twin and digital twins optimization contribution to terminal and the prediction when it's combined with AI. And I believe this can be used for the decision-making support. But through digitalization or digitization of terminal data, you can use this not just as a decision-making support tool. I believe whether it's a vessel operation or external tracking, you can use this for external purposes or in collaboration with the external pieces. I'd like to know whether there has been any use case in relation to that, to use digital twin for the integration and coordination with external pieces.
Of course, so the data twin have to collaborate the outer system from the container terminal. For example, the customs, or for example, truckers, or for example, the cargo owners even. And then so recently, the truck appointment system became popular. And in Japan, also we provide a compass system in a truck appointment system. Truck appointment system is very useful for the data twin and predict to the future. That's because the biggest problem of the container terminal is unknown the truck arrival time. And then so truck appointment system is very useful for the data twin. And then so some terminal are using a kind of system, but another terminal using another system. So think of the same port. Terminal A are using appointment system A, and the terminal B is appointment system B. So the trucker have to prepare both of two systems. And then the combined two system or the manage of the one system is very important. Furthermore, so the important thing in the data standardization. So for using this system, the data is this format, and for using that data format is this. It's very difficult to manage to the data twin system. And the data standardization is important, I think.
네, 전적으로 동감.
I totally agree and cannot agree with you more. Data standardization is of greatest importance. Then Dr. Pernia, is there anything you'd like to add on to that?
Yeah, I can. I think my colleague explained very well the land side, so I can focus on the water side. And indeed, everything starts with standardizing and normalizing the data. The terminal has a lot of information about the logistics that they execute and the planning that they prepare, but they need more information about the vessel. That is on the vessel schedules. There are APIs available at the shipping line side. This is a DCSA standard, so operational vessel schedule can be utilized. With that, you have the planning for the vessels that are coming and also for the rotation across ports. But furthermore, the port authorities are working a lot to enable data from the pilots, for the tugboats, the anchorage, the bunkering services. And furthermore, I think it's very important that the physical data about meteorology, oceanography, I mentioned before the tides, of course the wind, but furthermore, IMO is working a lot on the hydrographics standards, and that means that bathymetries, as an example, will be digitized and has to be maintained. So with that, the draft calculations are becoming more systematic. And all in all, the digital twin is helping connect the dots and the calculations across all these domains. And it was mentioned before by Busan Port Authority, interoperability between systems is fundamental because we will not have one single system. We will have many systems and they need to speak to each other and the users need to take decisions, but has visibility on those decisions and being able to optimize end-to-end.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Now we have about 5 minutes to go, but before that,
To add what Oscar said, so standardization is probably one of the biggest reasons why adoption of automation in our industry has been a little lacking compared to many of the other industries. So definitely the work that is currently being done at TIC 4.0 to actually stand not only the data formulation or data standards, but also the interfaces between the different equipment types. That's incredibly important for us to actually scale up the automation in our industry. We have strived to make the first entry now with the Kalmar One as the truly equipment and OEM agnostic system, providing the open application protocol interfaces for any vendor. And this openness will be extremely important going forward for us to really automate terminals in this industry.
Thank you for that. So I think TIC 4.0 is not being emphasized enough in my presentation, and it is true that we are progressing a lot in Europe, but we need more progress with TIC 4.0 in Asia. So anyone that has interest on TIC 4.0, please write an email and we will connect the dots.
네, 감사합니다. 굉장히 중요한.
So we have the keyword here, the data standardization and the open interface. These are the key imperatives. And these are the preconditions for us to realize this vision of a smart port. Now I'd like to open the floors for questions. So if there is anyone who wants to ask a question or make comment, please raise your hand and please introduce yourself before you ask a question. Good afternoon. I am Kim Min-young from KR Engineering. So automated terminals optimization is approached through the optimized equipment, but the more we have data, when the optimization reaches its limitations, the configuration of hardware, where do you believe that should come from? The trolley speed at the containment terminal is 400 meters per minute, for example. But you've done the simulation over and over, and at some point you can see that if you can increase the speed of a certain hardware, then you can tackle the bottleneck. Or, well, if you have higher performance for the crane, then you'd be able to have high performance. So such data should be made available as well. So at a certain condition, if you have accumulated data, then what would be the next step? So to whom do you ask this question? My question is to Mr. Kenya from Mitsui E&S.
Thank you for your questions. So yeah, actually very interesting topics. So the most important thing of the container terminal operation is the balance, actually harmonization. So I used to be involved the container design, and so I involved the high performance crane, like tandem 40, or also you mentioned about 400 meters per minute trolley speed crane, high speed crane. Yeah, of course it is important. However, not only for the container crane, but also chassis, backyard, gate, everything is harmonized, is most important thing. And then so, so to boost up productivity, we have to think about erase the bottleneck. And then so you have to, we have to check all of the flow of the container terminal, and then check the speed of the productivity of the container gantry crane, and the productivity of the chassis, and the productivity of the seaside operation, and also productivity of the landside operation, gate side operation, and the gate production. So we check everything, and then so we find the bottleneck and boost up this section. That is the boost up the overall productivity of the optimize the container terminal itself. Is the answer for you?
네, 답변되셨나요? 예.
So thank you for the answer. We will take one last question before wrapping up.
Is Silas from PSA, right? I think today's topic about smart port is very interesting. And just now there was one message by Mr. Yoon from BPA that strikes me about next generation terminal, and there are some parts of the operation that cannot be automized yet, all right? Cannot be automated yet, like tie down, you know. And if we go into the specifics, there are things like lashing, mooring, unmooring. That was the point that strikes me. We know that how the technology is advancing. Today, there are R&D about humanoid. This question does not go to anybody in specific, just sharing an idea. And if you all have any thoughts about it, of course, you all can give your comments as well. But I would like to know, do you think that there's any space for humanoid operation in terminals? Yep.
네, 굉장히 재미있는 코멘트인데요.
I think that was a very interesting comment. Can anyone answer this question?
말씀하시죠.
사실
Because I'm related with the equipment, and I believe that the Hyundai Group, we also think a lot about the robotization for smart port. So we talk about the automation for smart port, and one of the way we pay attention to this is because of the welfare issue and also demographic aging. And Hyundai Motors Group, one of the technologies that we have is we have a technology for Boston Dynamics for robot. And I don't know whether it could be answer for your question, but yes, so for the simple repetitive task, we can utilize the robots, but humanoid is something different, that the behavior pattern should first be kind of standardized, and humanoid should be able to mimic that standardized typical behavior pattern. So in the automobile field, we do have a data for the repetitive task conducted by human operators, and we extract patterns and apply that to the humanoid. But in other manufacturers, so it's not about the control or mechanics. What's important is to find out the pattern. So pattern recognition and demonstration, that's the key. And when it comes to port, I understand all the tasks that are conducted in port, we first have to think about whether there could be a repetitive patterns that humanoid can be employed, and also what kind of marriage we can have for humanoid versus the human labor. So I think these are something that we have to think about for the application of humanoid. Yes, thank you very much for the answer. I believe you have a lot of questions, but because we have to move toward the next session, so this will wrap up session 1 of the afternoon forum. Once again, I would like to thank you all for your participation. So why don't you give them a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Vice President Che and all the panelists for your valuable contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 10-minute break and we will resume at 3:30 sharp. Now, one very important announcement to everyone. When you leave the hall for taking a breather or using the bathroom, make sure to leave your translation device on the table in front of you. Please do not take it with you, okay? So you could pick it up again when you come in. All right, so please leave the device on your table as you leave. And I will see you back here in 10 minutes at 3:30. Thank you. 네, 2025 스마트 항만
Yes, so for the 2025 International Forum on Smart Port Technology and Industry, we'll begin session 2. So I kindly ask you to take your seats.
final session of the 2025 International Forum on Smart Port Technology and Industry will begin shortly. So if you're still outside, please come into the hall and take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation. 네, 시작하기 전에 통역 안내 멘트 마지막으로
Simultaneous interpretation is being provided throughout today's forum. Please use the interpretation device on the table. English is channel 1, Korean is channel 2.
Once again, we do provide simultaneous interpretation service for you in Korean and English. Simply pick up the device in front of you and tune to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final session of the forum. The theme for our final session today is Data-Driven Future Operations. Okay, now let us view a brief introduction of the speakers and panelists contributing to this very last session first, right here on the screen. All right, let us dive right into our first presentation. Our first speaker is Dr. Ivo Sanen, Managing Director of Portwise, who will speak on data-driven approaches and standardization practices in smart port operations. I'd like to let you know that Dr. Ivo Sanen wasn't able to make it here in person, and he is joining us via Zoom. And we're very thankful for his efforts in participating in both the presentation and the panel discussion, despite his busy schedule. So, Dr. Sanen, are we connected?
I think so.
Yes. Awesome. So if you could start sharing your screen and show your face. There you are. All right, take it away. Shall we welcome him with a big hand?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for inviting me to your forum. Data is around us. We fight cyber wars over data. We try to collect as much data as we can. We combine, we compute, we compare. However, in ports and terminals, few decisions are actually data-driven. We sit on a pile of data, but we do not actually use it. And one of the reasons is that data is incomplete. It's erroneous, and it's constantly changing. Moreover, a lot of data is coming in through informal channels, like phone, email, and even sometimes still through fax. So we don't use the data we so badly need, because we need guidance through the VUCA world, full of uncertain events like the introduction of trade tariffs, sea passage blockages, geopolitical tensions and wars affecting how we do business and where we do business. A perfect recent example was the impact of the tariffs by the US on China, which severely affected the US West Coast. They experienced an all-time high in Q1 of this year, and in Q2, they now see more than 80 blank sailings. causing a major dip. Think of the impact on your supply chain. And I heard in the previous session the comment that we need balance. Well, that is clearly lacking. So we need guidance, which should be based on data. Data is the fuel of our planning at terminals, our scheduling, our dispatching. However, we are struggling. We struggle because of the lack of quality of the data, the lack of understanding it, the lack of structure, and the lack of capability to deal with all this data. I'll give you a simple example. We did a project at Portwise where we collected 2 years of data from a set of cranes, ship handling cranes. And the idea was to create, using machine learning, a predictive maintenance system, which is technically, I would say, perfectly feasible. So we analyzed all the registered faults from the cranes, all the warnings that the crane PLCs produced, and out of the 20,000 errors over a 2-year period that were registered, 12,000 were unique events, making pattern recognition virtually impossible. More importantly, the remedy applied by the maintenance department to deal with this problem was not registered. And if it was registered, it was a written down statement by the maintenance guy. So the actual impact of the error or of the warning was unknown. So although we found that the machine learning algorithm, which we trained using simulated data, could perfectly predict, it could not be validated against the real data. So the whole project fell into the water. And that's an example, but that happens all around. Now, new terminals are increasingly reliant on data because they're increasingly automated. Large fleets of robots are controlled mostly centrally by powerful computers and intelligent algorithms. However, the feed into these systems comes from planning, which is still largely impacted by bad, inconsistent, and changing data. Think of unreliable vessel arrivals affecting the berth position, incorrect next modality information affecting stack integrity, etc., etc. So many examples that influence this whole landscape of systems, and you see here on the screen a number of systems that we typically have running at terminals. A recent inventory we did at one of our customers revealed that within their terminal they had 162 different applications running, and they all were talking to each other. So you can imagine what the impact of missing or wrong data is on this whole landscape. So therefore, we created a list of 10 prerequisites for digital ports and terminals. And they can be grouped into 4 categories. First of all, digital connectivity. Secondly, data-driven decision-making. Thirdly, digital learning and training. And finally, cybersecurity. So let's dive into these 4 categories. When we look at connectivity, as I already explained, a lot of communication is still through informal channels like email, like fax. Receiving an updated load list through email is a very common event at terminals. A lot of communication back and forth with agents over the phone about characteristics of specific containers. We should go towards a situation where all data is sent in a structured, standardized, and completely digitized means, preferably accompanied by the right metadata. That means we need to get rid of all these informal channels. And that's a major step from where we are today, which seems weird, but that's today's situation. Secondly, we also need to connect to all our assets. Our ports are driven by the assets we have in the yard, all the equipment that we have, but also towards the containers. We need to use the readily available technology to locate in real time all our assets. That means having tracking devices on containers. Again, meanwhile, readily available. Every time we see a container coming into our port, we try to identify this container using OCR. But if the container has an intelligent tag, which lasts over a long time, and these are available, then we never will lose a container again. And we are better able to deploy our assets in operations. The last area of connectivity is connectivity to our people, so that we know where they are, to ensure their safety, to keep them out of harm's way, but also to provide them with real-time digital information. No more paper, no more outdated, hard-to-read printout. Use the technology that is available to streamline the effectiveness of the people. We call this, and I feel this from one of the speakers from the previous session, augment human intelligence. I'm pretty sure that Oscar mentioned this. And again, this technology is readily available. Then we really come to data-driven decision making. And that starts with having the right KPIs measured based on real events. The source should be this creation of the events rather than Excel spreadsheets, which are maintained by people registering what is happening in operations, registering delays, trying to indicate what productivity is. This can these days all be measured in a digital, automated way. And yes, even there will be imperfections, but the imperfections are far less than when data is collected by humans in these bloody Excel spreadsheets. Now, although already a lot of data is being collected, we fail to act on it. We need to use this data in our continuous improvement process. We need to analyze when things went well or went bad, why it actually happened, so we can really improve, learning from the past, avoiding the same mistake day in, day out. And then internalize these findings so that improvement actually sticks in operation and not drops after losing the focus, which happens a lot. We also need to use already available technology, typically in terminal operating systems, equipment control systems, and all the other systems around that, to create plans based on data rather than on gut feel or on experience. Creating comprehensive overview of what is going to happen so that a solid planning can be made. The planning is the best planning you can make, despite the fact that we know that there will be changes in operations. And those need to be adjusted in real time. We also need to seek for automation of these adjustments in real time, whenever possible. And there are plenty of tools available. And then for the last bit, we need to augment the capability of humans by providing insight, situational awareness, and advice on which action to take when. Provide context around the information that we provide in these real-time visibility systems so people can actually learn and become better at it. Also crucial is to constantly have a digital plan of how the terminal is going to develop. Many terminals are developed in steps. And during this period, ideas are changing, people are changing. But as long as there is a comprehensive, holistic plan, you stay on course for developing your terminal. If this holistic view is missing, it leads to suboptimal operations, built-in efficiency. And we see that in many terminals which are based step by step, lack this overview, this holistic plan. A digital twin or a dynamic model of the terminal can help to always experiment and optimize to see what is the best course of action. Use it as a digital backbone of any decisions to be made about layout, equipment, or workflows. Another area is to use digital means to train people continuously, train and retrain. And finally, certify. I have not come across many terminals where berth planners, vessel planners, yard planners, dispatchers are actually certified. You make sure before you deploy them in operation that they actually are fit for the job. And they determine largely the outcome of what an operation will bring. So you need to develop training programs based on virtual operation, where in near to life circumstances, people are exposed to their daily work. In this training environment, they can make mistakes so that they really start to learn. And the use of games, gamification, we call this, can be extremely valuable. And then this gets at the moment a lot of attention, learning from the past. Terminals are full of repetitive processes, as we all need our daily bread and milk, leading to daily and weekly patterns, which are only influenced by known external factors, like weather, strikes, or delays, but they all can be seen in advance. Machine learning and artificial intelligence are very powerful tools to assist us with this, to analyze, process, and create better foresight. And although we see initiatives around the world with using AI, it's still only a very small percentage of what can be achieved, especially in a business with so many repetitive processes. Last, but certainly not least, ensure your terminal is a digital fortress with guarded digital gates and access points. Especially when you deploy more and more technology, it will get more vulnerable to cyber attacks. So cybersecurity needs constant attention, training, and testing. If our data and your customers' data is not safe, you're not fulfilling your obligations as a terminal. The guidelines I just presented are not just important when you are planning a terminal. They are important throughout the entire life cycle of a port or terminal. They apply during the design, the implementation, and operational phase of a facility. They need to be part of the entire setup of the terminal, not just an aftermarket add-on. Ensure they are there and also tested before you go into production. We did a check not so long ago among a large group of terminals how much of these guidelines are actually in place at their facilities. And at best, the average was 5 out of these 10. Although all the technologies I just described are readily available in the marketplace. Key is also to test them in early stages, in a stage where your terminal is still non-existent, in simulation phase. Because that saves a lot of money, makes it much easier to make changes, because changing later, adding later these things to your entire software landscape costs a multiple than when the design is still. Therefore, proper digital planning using dynamic modeling is a must for future terminals, embracing a lot of digital and automated technology. In the end, digital technologies present us with huge opportunities, but also the need to ensure that they're really used and used in a way that people can deal with them. This requires a change in the thinking throughout the organization, but certainly from the top management. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanin, for your valuable presentation. We'll move right on to the second presentation, which will be delivered by Ms. Kyung-Suk Lee, consultant at Cyber Logitech, who will present on next-gen smart ports solution. So she is already up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Lee with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lee Kyung-suk. I'm Lucy Lee, Solution Consultant at Cyber Logitech. Today, I'd like to give a presentation on next-gen smart port solutions. Well, I prepared my presentation in Korean. Then I was asked to deliver my presentation in English only yesterday, so I got all confused. I'm not sure whether I will deliver my presentation in Korean or in English. I don't think I have any mother tongue here, so I'd like to ask for your understanding before I begin. So, the key point in this title is not smart terminal, but rather smart port. Another important element is the phase next generation. This term typically used in two contexts. First, when an industry or technology has reached a saturation point where further efficiency gains are difficult to achieve. And second, when rapid changes in the external environment render existing systems no longer viable. The port industry today stands at the intersection of both of these forces, facing the limitations of legacy technologies and adapting to a dramatically shifting environment. In today's presentation, I will discuss the technologies that are becoming central to this transformation and explore how ports will be operated in the future. First, let's take a look at the environmental shifts facing the port sector. The first is automation. According to the joint analysis conducted by several national port authorities, fully automated terminals saw a 30% increase in throughput over the past year, whereas traditional terminals experienced a 1.9% decline. Moreover, profitability at automated terminals rose by 22% year over year, demonstrating clear advantages in both efficiency and returns. Second, the trend toward larger vessels. This trend is also accelerating as shipping companies seek to realize economies of scale. Orders for vessels exceeding 20,000 TEU are surging, and shipping lines are now demanding crane productivity levels exceeding 31 moves per year. To accommodate the mega vessel volumes of 4 shipping alliances, port must have the capacity to handle large-scale, concentrated operations. However, aside from a few mega hubs, most individual terminals lack the infrastructure and scale to manage the full volume of a single alliance, intensifying competition at the port-wide level. Ports are thus required to handle ultra-large vessels and ensure high productivity, yet in reality, frequent berthing delays occur due to infrastructure constraints and insufficient capacity to manage the volume and complexity of alliance operations. That is why we need a new solution to tackle the current situation. So I'd like to touch upon what will be the solutions. The essential technologies required to build this kind of digital ecosystem can be broadly categorized into two groups: infrastructure and automation technologies, and cognitive technologies that leverage such infrastructure. What does this each element mean? Let's take a look. The first, terminal equipment automation has led to significant technological progress. The most notable area of recent focus is the transport equipment sector. The AGB navigates using transponders embedded in the ground and antennas installed on the vehicle. The next would be AMR, autonomous mobile robots. These are also referred to as IGVs, ITVs, or other names depending on the vendor. While some technical differences exist, their core technology and capability lies in the use of multi-sensor systems to perceive their surroundings and autonomously determine their driving routes. One of the greatest advantages of AMRs is their ability to operate in mixed environments alongside manually operated transport equipment or external trucks within the terminal. The feature has a transformative potential, much like how India skipped directly to mobile networks. Bypassing wired infrastructure, ports can't leapfrog traditional AGV systems and adopt AMRs directly. Several terminals, including Busan Newport, are currently conducting pilot tests for AMR implementation. Ultimately, port automation is progressing toward fully automated systems, where automated equipment can operate independently within a highly integrated and intelligent terminal environment. Retrofit is also accelerating automation. For example, terminal in Tianjin was fully manual, but yard equipment has been retrofitted, while new transport equipment has been deployed to support a transition from a manual to a fully automated terminal. Such retrofitting-based automation is gaining traction, particularly in emerging markets such as India and regions across Latin America. As for my company, we are carrying out two retrofit projects in Brazil. These automated systems rely heavily on robust infrastructure technologies. On the left side, the graph illustrates the volume of messages exchanged between terminal equipment and the terminal operating system at a fully automated port. On average, over 50 messages are processed per second. What's really intriguing is that this figure excludes communications between individual machines and only accounts for data exchanged directly with the system. Handling such an enormous volume of port data in real time requires a high-speed, low-latency network infrastructure. And as shown in the table on the right, 5G technology outperforms both Wi-Fi and wired networks across all key metrics, including mobility and coverage. And its super stability and security make it ideal for use in transmitting high-resolution video. And we have a certain platform which can process this data in a real-time basis, which that is IoT platform. It has a rule-based optimization feature, and it has its own engine. This refers to IoT framework, and it also has a data center. And the data collected through automation and connectivity infrastructure forms the foundation for data-driven decision-making in the modern port operations. Within a terminal, operations occur in a tightly synchronized sequence across various pieces of equipment. A single point of failure, whether due to a malfunction or a bottleneck, can disrupt the entire workflow. Here, you can see an example. Analysis of 6 months' worth of operational data from an active terminal reveals that a 6-minute delay relative to the planned port time results in an 8% drop in overall productivity, while a 2-hour delay leads to a 14% decline. Clearly, equipment failures or container flow disruptions can lead to significant operational and financial losses. Then, you should be able to predict where the bottleneck would take place and how to deal with that. That's the role played by digital twin. This is where the digital twin comes into play. A digital twin is a cyber-physical system that replicates the physical port in a real-time virtual environment. For example, if the performance of a specific piece of equipment begins to deteriorate, the system can preemptively schedule maintenance. And this shows you in a 2D or 3D image. The one important point I'd like to highlight is AI technology. This is the second key enabler. While traditional terminal systems already contain various optimization algorithms, these are typically rule-based, operating within predefined parameters. However, real-world port environments are influenced by a multitude of dynamic and interdependent variables, such as weather conditions, traffic flows, equipment status, and vessel schedules that are in constant flux. At the port, we see ever-changing environment. Everything changes dynamically. That is why our response should be dynamic as well. Such complexity poses significant challenges for human operators to manage and respond to in real time. Even if each subsystem achieves a local optimization, it does not necessarily result in system-wide optimization. When integrated with a digital twin, AI elevates the system from mere replication to intelligent simulation, enabling it to learn from past scenarios and propose optimal response strategies. A digital twin replicates the physical port infrastructure and environment, enabling real-time visualization and simulation of operations. However, it cannot directly control or command physical equipment. Similarly, AI can identify and predict potential issues based on data, but even with visualization and simulation, execution still depends on separate, fragmented systems. The same goes true for the human brain. We need a nervous system which controls. That is why we need a control system. The control system must be anchored by an IoT platform, seamlessly linking all operational components. Then, building on the technologies discussed, let us now explore how the port of the future will be operated. First, terminals will be driven by fully automated equipment underpinned by 5G network infrastructure, which plays a critical role in enabling real-time communication between systems and machinery. This allows all equipment within the terminal to operate unmanned, minimizing human intervention and enabling stable, high-performance operations around the clock. AI will determine the best position or the location of the yard crane, and based on the berthing record and the current volume, the optimal berth location and berthing time will be calculated in collaboration with virtual terminal. Rather than just mimicking the situation as is, various operational scenarios will be simulated. As I've attended various AI sessions, I can see that everything is so ambiguous and vague because since 2015, automated infrastructure has undergone significant technological advancement across major ports worldwide. However, we are only in the early stage when it comes to AI-driven operations. That is why I'd like to share with you the POC project we are currently conducting. The site is Westport, Malaysia, a single terminal handling approximately 10 million TEUs annually. The terminal's greatest operational challenge lies in yard space constraints, a physical limitation that is not easily resolved through conventional system adjustments. However, even with the same physical area, excessive rehandling or shifting or equipment idling can significantly reduce yard capacity. To address this issue, we partnered with Westports to develop a strategy focused on predicting the container's outbound timing and assigning its yard position accordingly. And we came to see that container shifting took place when the container vessel came in too early or left too late. So, in the consultation with the clients, we developed a strategy focusing on predicting the container's outbound timing and assigning its yard position accordingly. We developed AI staking model And we estimated the pickup timing and used an AI pilot stacking model to assign the most optimal location that minimizes rehandling. And based on this AI model, the system determines at what time the container will leave the terminal. The ultimate goal is to reduce unnecessary yard shifting by up to 30%. So this is how AI service is operated. So first, the location of the container is planned, and dwell time and the existing data are analyzed, and the prediction is made of where the container will be located. AI prediction model determines the optimal final staking position for each container. The system operates in a closed loop, planning, execution, learning, and replanning, with each cycle feeding new data back into the model using machine learning and deep learning algorithms to continually enhance prediction accuracy. The AI system offers a range of intelligence services, including real-time workload forecasting for each yard block to prevent congestion and overload during yard positioning, analysis of equipment status and yard layout to optimize operational efficiency. Scenario-based simulation in a virtual environment before execution to identify potential bottlenecks or inefficiencies in advance. A comprehensive AI dashboard that visualizes real-time yard and equipment conditions, detects anomalies, and supports live decision-making, not just monitoring. These AI services are offered and made available as an ad hoc. In the previous session, we've listened to important key imperatives such as standardization of data and interoperability in the multi-plat model. There are so many stakeholders and players, carriers, cargo owners, inland transport operators. They want to provide end-to-end visibility across the supply chain. And in the past, the carrier-to-carrier data exchange platform and terminal-to-terminal data exchange platform were very popular, and those platforms are out of service now. And the reason why it didn't work really well is because many players didn't join the ecosystem, so the data and the business they have, they didn't want to share with other stakeholders. So we have to share all the data and all the services within the ecosystem and within the sector. Today, individual terminals, carriers, and stakeholders each operate their own internal systems and optimization tools, while API-based service codes will initially enable access to these AI capabilities, real-time responsiveness, given that yard conditions can change within 1 to 2 seconds, may exceed the limits of traditional APIs. Moreover, sharing all internal data related to policies and operational states is often not feasible. That's why I believe the solution lies in a hybrid model that combines API-based data exchange, blockchain-enabled data integrity, and inland logistics integration, enabling trusted, optimized, and collaborative supply chain orchestration. So in this way, smart solutions for next-generation ports will move beyond isolated operations to build a new ecosystem, digital ecosystem driven by automation, intelligence, and add-on connectivity enhancements. For this ecosystem to grow further, the business value and technologies of each and every stakeholder must be shared across the board. We are one of the players working in this ecosystem. CyberLogitech is fully dedicated to sharing its technologies and know-hows. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, for your presentation. Now, you said you became as though like you are a zero-lingual, but then had you felt more confident or fluent in one language or the other, we wonder how much better you could have done. Thank you for your clear and informative presentation. Now let us move on to the final presentation for today. It will be delivered by Mr. Silas E. Ta Peng, President of PSA Busan Newport International Terminal. Ladies and gentlemen, he will speak on a digital vision from a port perspective. So let us welcome Mr. Peng with a big hand.
안녕하십니까 여러분.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you for having me today, and it's my pleasure to share with you on the topic on digital journey of PSA. And because without digitization and digitalization, there is no data. Okay. Before I go into the details, let me first touch on some brief introduction of PSA. PSA built its first container terminal in 1966 in Singapore. Today, PSA participates in over 60 terminals and have other logistic footprints in 42 countries, spreading over 160 locations. In 2024, PSA's throughput surpassed 100 million TEUs, with our flagship in Singapore contributing 14 million TEUs. This map shows an overview of PSA Singapore consisting of Tuas Terminal, Pasir Panjang Terminal, and our city terminals. The city terminals, which are also the oldest terminals in Singapore, have already made way for urban redevelopment. In about 20 years' time, Pasir Panjang Terminal will also probably be downsized, which then we will consolidate all our container operation in the most western part of Singapore, that is the Tuas. We have just finished development on phase 1, with the following phases to be completed by 2040. Now, besides cost and risk, one of the other main reasons why PSA do not develop the entire Tuas all at one go is because technology is ever-changing. And by developing Tuas in different phases, it gives us the opportunity of adopting most updated technology or even maybe innovate some of our own. So now that we talk about technology, I will go into my content proper. All of us know how fast technology advances and evolves over a short time span of just 2 to 3 decades. Personally, I grew up in the period of cassette tapes and videotapes, you know. And today, we are all streaming contents online, no matter whether it's music, movies, we have Netflix, everything. And seriously, my children, they don't even have the chance to experience what is CDs, DVDs, or LDs, or that kind of thing. So this actually shows how fast technology is advancing. And in the context of recent years, like just a decade back, the popular catchphrase are like digitalization, real-time data collection, that allow us to utilize different data processing techniques to provide preventive, predictive, and preemptive analysis. So now, if we couple with port automation and AI integration, we are working towards an AI-driven decision-making, which some of the speakers have shared previously. I think most of us have watched Iron Man, right? Who have not watched Iron Man before? Marvel heroes. And we always see Iron Man talking to Jarvis. Hey, Jarvis, can you tell me about this? What is the simulation about that? And today, I think that port version of Jarvis is already in the making. And some of the products have already hit the market. Especially, we have heard from valuable information from all the speakers before me about automation, smart port, digital twin, etc. All have clearly shown that AI plays a crucial role in enhancing decision-making process within the port, and for the port operation. By analyzing vast data sets, AI system can provide insights that support strategic planning, risk assessment, and real-time operation adjustments. This leads to improved performance and the ability to respond quickly to changing conditions, especially when operation is always so dynamic. Sorry. This is my teleprompter. It just went a bit haywire, sorry. Okay. So, when we put all this together as port operators, our common objective is to have positive impact on operation efficiency, and that will translate into higher productivity, better services, while minimizing costs at the same time. And of course, it must make sense to our P&L. Now, let us take a look a bit further, a bit wider. Container port is only one of the nodes against the entire logistic process and supply chain. And supply chain and logistic markets, being one of the most complex industry, has been evolving as well. We are seeing players from different sectors, being shipping lines or port operators, that are widening their horizon. Same goes for PSA. Besides being a global terminal operator, we have ventured into other logistics spaces like MVOCC, intermodal, multi-modal operators, supply chain orchestra, while bearing in mind the importance of sustainability. With so many nodes and touch points, data-driven methodology and digitalization are inevitable. Besides improving terminal operations, there are many capabilities and possibilities, and this cuts across different spectrums of user. For terminal operators, we are using TOS, which is very common nowadays, and nowadays all the TOS have some sort of auto-planning system, auto-resource allocation functions, and as mentioned just a while ago, AI will start to have a complementary effect or even be built into the system itself. Besides managing the terminal, since the 1980s, where we see uprising usage of internet, PSA also have started to build on system and platform to serve different segments of logistic community. We first started with platforms to serve port users. Then, with the extension footprints into other sectors of logistics, we have also developed or acquired functions and platforms to serve the cargo owners, and also step up onto the global community, including Crimson Logic, that is now our backbone to our digital products development, and BridgeNet, which is a logistic platform from PSA BDP, a global freight forwarder that joined PSA family in 2022. What you can see on the screen, a simple background of the different levels of platforms. First, we have the business-to-business port community system that streamlines processes and transactions in the port ecosystem, enhancing efficiency of trade. Then, there's the B2B logistic platforms that link cargo owners with carriers and forwarders, streamlining supply chain operations and reducing transit time to increase reliability. On the top of the chain, there are B2G, business to government, and G2G, government to government platform that simplify government requirements for import and export and making regulatory compliance more accessible. With G2G facilitates cross-border trades by linking different government portals, making custom clearance quicker and more efficient. Following from here, I will showcase some of the products and some of the platforms that we have developed over the years. From the start, PSA developed PortNet to serve all port users, including shipping lines, truckers, hauliers, labor suppliers, contractors, etc. Today, the concept of port community system is commonly adopted throughout the world, so I will not dive into details. But there are also other functions that were further developed that not only serves our container terminal, but also our non-container terminal, including bulk and multi-purpose terminals. It also integrates with other applications through API links to facilitate the convenience for users that requires cross-platform and system functions. We also have a program called the OpE network that facilitates transparent real-time activities synchronization and a 24/7 ship-to-port data exchange to enable just-in-time vessel arrivals. Through stakeholders' collaboration, it supports the dynamic optimization of terminal resources planning and efficient vessel bunking consumption, thereby improving carbon abatement, efficiency, and resilience of our supply chain. Moving up the order, the TradeNet is a platform that ties logistics functions to required government agencies to facilitate trade documentation and cargo clearance. The TradeNet has also evolved over the years that ties all required parties to single submission process. With the continuous improvement, the platform is able to process application in less than 10 minutes at a fraction of a cost, as you can see from the table. As we operate in a global trade order, there comes the objective to make import processes as efficient as the export process. Hence, there's the G2G linking government agency portals that streamline the processes, provide transparency to all custom procedures, and allow collaboration between governments to make trade between two countries more efficient. Hence, we develop cross-border platforms. A cross-border platform facilitates better collaboration, leads to fewer errors, reduced waiting time, and increased productivity across the supply chain. It actually streamlines logistic processes with efficient use of resources and capacity, resulting in faster and more cost-effective transportation. And in times of global warming and climate crisis, it also offers green and sustainable solutions, minimizing carbon footprints of international trade when ensuring that goods are transported in the most efficient, reliable manner. Today, the developer of our cross-border platform, Crimson Logic, they operate over the world in many parts of the country and cities. In a data-driven environment and a highly digitized world, amid fast technology advancement, the objective is to put together a suite of products that can work together to facilitate the most efficient process. This will help seaports to operate in a more efficient environment, while the convenience will promote more trade between countries. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peng, for your valuable presentation. With that, we will now begin the panel discussion for our final session. With the keynote session in the morning, we looked at a broader picture of the industry, and we kind of talked about the importance of the area of ship in environmental sustainability and development. We also talked about the need for cooperation between developed countries and developing countries, as well as the need for the political supports, right? And in session 2, we talked about the next generation port automation, particularly on digital twins and automation. And right now, we've heard presentations on data-driven future operations, more specific and detailed and technical aspects of this field. And we are looking very much forward to hearing more of these topics in detail in the panel discussion, which will begin as soon as the stage is set up. And allow me to introduce our moderator, Mr. Soo-Yup Kim, Economic Affairs Officer at UNESCAP. I think the stage is all set, so I would like to invite our moderator and the panelists up to the stage in order of the picture you see on the screen. Shall we now welcome our panelists and moderator with a round of applause? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kim, I will hand the mic over to you. The floor is yours.
All right, so very good afternoon. My name is Soo-Yup Kim, who working at the Transport Division ESCAP. Actually, before I joined the ESCAP, I work at the KMI, so I'm very happy to see my old friend and the colleagues to meet here. All right, so the second session, we have 3 presentations and then 2 panelists. First, I would like to introduce the 2 panelists, Mr. Charlie and then Sunil Kim from Dongwon Container Terminal. So, as I know, the Charlie, who worked at the Busan Container Terminal based on the DP World. DP World is the, as you know well, one of the biggest global terminal operator who served not only Korea but also all over the world, like PSA or Hutchison or APM, something like that. Yeah. So I think it's a good opportunity to hear from DP World for their strategy and then policy to be smart and sustainable port, etc. Yeah. So to facilitate, I prepared some questions for you. First one, as I know the DP World, already I told you one of the most divisions and then the creative terminal operate. So my question is that actually I prepared 2 questions. First one. So first question is that this is related to the presentation made earlier by 3 presenters, including Ibo and then Kyung-suk and the sailors. So what are the global terminal operators' strategies and smart port and automated terminal policy as the GTO? That is the first question. And the second one is that there are actually many technology already introduced, solution technology, etc. Yeah? So how do you secure this kind of technology to apply your port operation, etc. Yeah? That's the second question. And then in line with both 2, I have one more. So is there any opportunity to work with system providers such as the CyberLogitech or PortWise? Yeah, that's my question, so please, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. First of all those 3 presentations were great. Thank you very much for that. Angela, can you help me to put my presentation onto screen? I prepared something very small. I think this must be the... Okay. Before going into details of that question, I just want to give you a very quick introduction about a DP World. And these are the fast facts. I'm going to be very fast. Currently, as DP World, we are handling over 80 million TEU, going into the 90 million TEU. And globally, we have the capacity to handle the 100 million TEU containers. And last 10 years, we invested more than $11 billion into the port and logistic infrastructure. DP World is going through a very big transition currently, and we are expanding our activities beyond the gate, and we are no longer port and terminal operator, and we are going into more like the end-to-end logistics supplier. We have 83 marine terminals, by the way, and we have 350 active business units over the 79 countries. Going back into your question, Mr. Kim, as I just mentioned, DP World is going into end-to-end supply chain provider, and when we are doing this, we are gathering a lot of different steps of the logistics. Port and terminal is a very small step of this whole ecosystem now. And to be able to run this whole operation, end-to-end operation, we rely on to the systems. We rely on to the smart solutions. And we are doing this, of course, to make it much more efficient, our operation. But in the meantime, we are serving customers, and we want those customers to be able to see what is happening with their cargo within this end-to-end routing. So as DP World, we have started this journey back in 2003 by opening a smart solution for our customers that is called Dubai Trade, which they can handle all their requirements in a single platform for all these activities. It's running now, and it's running in certain places. It's Dubai, and almost 90,000 transactions are being done without touching into any paper through this platform. And just to refer back to the first part of this conference, we saved over 25,000 of CO2 emission, tons of CO2 emission, just by the help of this system. So DP World has already invested a long time, and we are now going into the different parts of the solutions, because as like my colleagues here mentioned, that technology is changing every day. And I like the example you gave it, like the cassettes and all these things. The new generation don't know even the CDs and discs now. And now we're talking about the AI. To be able to handle all these changes, we are investing technology centers in different parts of the world. Just an example, one of it is located in Silicon Valley in Seattle. One is, we have it in India, and also we have one technology center here in South Korea in Seoul that is helping to improve our operation. And that's all based on what all these different business units are sending into that center, and they're handling in Seoul, and they're bringing different kind of solutions into this. This is how we're, this is our policy, how we are approaching into the smart solutions. So the second question, and before going into the second question, I just want to give a very specific examples of how we are doing it, actually. And for that one, I just would like to introduce DP World South Korea and what we are doing it here. So in South Korea, we are running the biggest terminal of South Korea. In terms of the volume, we are handling over 5 million TEU every year. And this terminal is also the second biggest terminal of DP World outside of Jebel Ali. Jebel Ali is, of course, our flagship carrier. But apart from it, here it's the biggest terminal, and I think it shows that how we are giving importance to the South Korea. And while we are talking with authorities, BPA, KMI, MOF, MOE, we are always stressing the fact that we're just here to help improving the structure of the logistic end-to-end solutions. So apart from the terminal, we have one NVOCC, non-vessel operated carrier, that is called Unico. It's the recent addition to our family. And they're generally handling the freight forwardings and the NVOCC requirements of customer. And the last one is now that we have been awarded to build a logistics center in Busan Shinanman area. Hopefully it's going to come in 2027. This is what we are doing in South Korea, and I just want to give only 4 examples, specific example, what we are doing in Busan for smart port. It is great to hear that my colleagues and in even previous sessions, lots of them talk about the AI solution, and they're all talking about that it's coming, it's going to go there, and it's going to help manual decision problems, which we had actually identified almost 2-3 years ago. This has been in the industry a long time ago, but AI was not there before to address this issue. But 3 years ago, we decided to solve this problem by AI. And we implemented a solution, yard taking solution, currently running almost last 2 years in PNC. And it's helping us to save a lot of unproductive moves. And it has a direct impact, not talking about the operation optimization, but it has a direct impact into the CO2 emissions. And currently we are trying to register all this initiative in South Korean authorities so that we can get the certificate. The other thing is an AI-based weather forecast system. We have all weather forecast system, I know, in our terminals, it's running. But this is a bit different. This system is giving us 48 hours before. It's an alert. And it's an AI-based system as well. And the biggest problem in the container terminals is that when there is a high wind alert, you need to start shuffling down your containers to prevent any kind of toppling incidents. And you don't have any scientific method where you're going to start it and which stacks you're going to shuffle it down. This system is exactly addressing that problem, and it's telling us that, oh, you have to handle the containers in that specific stacks. The others don't touch it. And this system saved a lot of cost, actually, operation cost. And after the wind alert is gone, you have to take those containers back into the positions. This is another cost. And this system helps us to solve that problem. The other one is the OCR on key cranes. I know this is not the new technology. It's been in use in other parts of the world. I, by myself, implemented this project like almost 13 years ago in another terminal. Unfortunately, this is not in use in Busan. Now, this became a very important asset of the operation, but we are not using it. But what we have this is also AI-based. The OCR cameras are learning, and the other interesting thing about this OCR solution is if you want to purchase this one on a global level, this is a very expensive. But what we have done, we found a very small company in South Korea, very smart. We went there and we said that we want to put your cameras into our cranes. They say, why do you want to do this? Don't worry about it. We're going to get the benefit out of it, and we put it in, it's working absolutely fantastic. The other one, last one, is the vessel mooring system. Unfortunately, this is one of the soft point of the operation today in Busan. We don't have any legislation or any scientific method to tell the vessel command that how they need to do the mooring of the ship, how many lines they need to use it, looking into the weather, water movement, stowage, GM of the vessel, and all these kind of information. Unfortunately, they are not being taken into the consideration. They are just by experience, they are being instructed by either from the terminal or pilot or even from the mooring gang, use 16 line. This is not very effective. And this system is exactly telling how many lines we needed. It's a real-time information, and it has been keep changing during the vessel operation in case any weather incident, in case water movement. This is helping to the terminal. I hope I answered your question, sir. I think the last one was about if we want to, or if we can use the like CyberLogitech or Portwise or this kind of solution. Of course. We're always open. I think we're already working with CyberLogitech. Our TOS is actually CyberLogitech in Busan, but there are other terminals as well.
Yeah, thank you. Because the last question is the how we develop or secure the required IT solutions such as AI or 5G, etc. Yeah. So mostly they develop by themselves, I mean the in-house, yeah? Otherwise, outsourcing, or combined between the in-house and the outsourcing. So as I know, most of the GTO or a global container line following this kind of strategy. So I think DP World also take a similar position and a similar strategy. So thank you for your the kind answer. So let's move to the second panelist here. I'd like to invite the Sunil Kim, who works at the Dongwon Container Terminal. Actually, congratulations. You started the fully automated container terminal in Korea last year, am I right? Yeah. So, as I know, when we developed the fully automated container terminal, there are some challenges and then difficulties, such as the labor issue or investment issue, or etc. Yeah. So, would you explain about what is the most difficult things? So, when you introduce or develop the fully automated terminal in your terminal? Yeah, that's my first question, and then I'll keep going the other one next.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Yes, so good afternoon. I was reminded of my parents saying that you have to be in the right line, because the previous speaker really covered what I'm going to say, and also the PSA representative, he also gave us a very good presentation, and thank you for that. It really makes my job easier. Dongwon International Terminal, we are the Korea's first fully automated terminal. So from the design to operation, everything focuses on automation. And there are several advantages that the automated terminal can give. So the predictable operation, as well as safety of workers. So there are numerous benefits. However, we have to go through the trials and errors for these benefits to be realized in the real world. And one of the key challenges that we faced was how we could strike the harmony between the human labor, existing labor, and latest technology, and also between latest technology and the human labor. So for some people, it could be something that they admire. However, a lot of site workers, they would be afraid of the potential loss of their jobs. And therefore, we established the IT-based system and operation and data-based monitoring system. And for this, we conducted the phase-by-phase training for workers so that they could be accustomed to these new technologies. I believe fully automated port is not just about establishing an automation system. Rather, we have to have a complete transformation for the philosophy and the way we operate. And also technological stability is something that we had to secure. And therefore, we actively utilize the digital twin, and we try to identify the problems early in the phase and address them. Right now, we are also using digital twin for further sophistication. And another technical challenge that we faced was the communication between equipment and system interface, and also how we could ensure data compatibility. So these were the big challenges that we faced. Because it's a smart port, and therefore the vast amount of data should be exchanged on a real-time basis, but without data standardization, it is virtually impossible to operate the terminal efficiently, and also future scalability cannot be guaranteed without this. So in order to address these issues, we try to align ourselves with the global standards. And also the automated terminal means that in terms of technology, but also in terms of operation, we have to see transformation. And also there must be human-centered change. If you shouldn't focus on technology, rather, you have to think about how to ensure the coexistence between human and technology. So if you consider the automation of the port, then you also have to think about the cultural aspect and human labor aspects as well. So by taking this comprehensive approach, I believe you can have a very effective system.
Usually, when you introduce the automated terminal or fully automated terminal, you usually consider about the technology or investment. Yeah, but you mentioned that the harmonizing between human being and then the ID technology is crucial for the sustainability and the product development. That's very the nice points. So for the discussion about two panelists, is there any additional explanation and clarification from three presenters to add or something? Yeah. Okay, yes, Alice first.
Yeah. Okay, because personally, I think automation has been around for quite many years. And the trend is that for container operators, whether it's automation or AI, the advancement in this technology, we are not so involved, so we always depend more on the manufacturers, right? Where GTOs comes in is from the system and the platform basis, right? But that doesn't mean that we don't need the industry experts around, right? Some can be done in-house. You know, we have also seen some GTOs, they are coming up with their own TOS system, right? And some can depend on the industry experts as well. So I think it's a hybrid of things that are going on, right? And when it comes to the fundamentals, the philosophy of automation and AI, I think it's very important to strike a balance, right? And not blindly follow, right? Sometimes we are all very excited about technology when a new product came out, then we say, hey, come on, let's try it, you know. But again, there's a lot of factors and elements that we need to consider, whether it's in terms of culture, in terms of workers, and especially in terms of costs. So personally, my chain of thought is that if a technology, whether it's AI or automation, it can optimize the resources that can prove a benefit for the overall P&L of a company that can be shared with their workers and their employees, that would be the most ideal situation. But of course, that is a utopia situation, which I don't think we can satisfy all, that we can tick in all the checkbox all the time. That's where our challenges comes in, and that's why we are here. Yep.
네, 앞서 여러분들께서 인력
So, as for human resources, organization, and cost, well, these important aspects are also mentioned by previous speakers. And two things I came to see through the automation. So we have to remember that the productivity in the previous project was quite low because the works and activities of each area were not organically connected and communicated. That was why the people became hesitant to introducing automation. That is why people came to see the need for a platform or a test bed for automation. The PNC is a great test bed for DP World's technology. I think that's one of the key roles that it can play. Hutchison is the same. Their terminal in Thailand is testing their technology and their solutions. Several years ago in China, a whole new type of yard terminal was made fully automated, and we worked on the project. The terminal was extremely successful from outside. For the first time, U-type was introduced. And the reason why they selected that approach is because they have to handle a lot of local volume. So gate transition, speedy processing of gate transition is quite important. That is why they introduced a new equipment and a new type new type, and their productivity has increased quite significantly. However, the manual significant portion of the work is handled manually. The success of the automation may have some flip side of it, as the practices of many GTOs. We have to do the testing in order to see how effective that is by using testbed.
So now I would like to ask three presents for your the presentation. So first, may I ask Dr. Ibo, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
All right, that's great. So I have two questions. First one, already you heard about the how we transit efficiently from semi-auto or traditional to the fully automated. It's port-wise, as I know, based in Rotterdam. So I think you made some experience how the Port of Rotterdam introduced step by step to making the automated terminal. By my memory, it was take a 10 years plan, yeah, something like that. So to minimize the negative effect or etc. So would you little bit add your valuable input for the implementation of the automated terminal in terms of the labor or some negative impacts? That's the first question for you.
Yeah, so in Rotterdam, the Port Authority, before starting the, I would say, large-scale developments around 2009, 2010, made an inventory of what the impact of all these developments would be on the entire Port of Rotterdam labor situation. So they created a model to estimate based on growth, based on jobs directly at the terminal, jobs, let's say, outside the terminal in the entire logistics area, how the overall impact on the labor situation would be. And their prediction at that time was that actually with the future growth of the terminal environment, which actually also materialized, actually more jobs would result. So the automation would not have a negative impact on the local job market. 15 years later, today we can say that there is only a greater shortage of people. So people cannot find people who want to work at terminals. So they're struggling to find people who are wanting to work day and night. So especially the night shifts are not very popular. Working in the weekend, not very popular. And despite the high level of automation, automated terminals still require quite some people. So we always say jokingly, automated terminals are run by humans, which is very true. So I would say automation is necessary, not just in Western Europe, but all across the globe. We find increasingly that there is scarcity of labor, and especially labor who wants to work in traditional port jobs, driving a truck, driving an RTG. So we have to find jobs that are still attractive to people, like remote control, jobs that require a bit more education to make it still attractive to attract labor.
All right, yeah, thank you for your insightful advice. So I have one more question for you. So you mentioned the life cycle approach at your last slide. So it seems to be former plan to check act something like that. It's very similar, yeah. Already you mentioned in your slide in there. So would you explain a little bit more about the lifestyle approach, design, implement, and then optimize, yeah? So for the audience, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for this question. So within TBA and now Portwise, we have developed this approach where we use, I would say, digital means, generally models, to support this entire journey from the initial planning to when you start implementing to operational further improvement, continuous improvement, changes, expansions. What we see is that throughout this entire span of time, which can easily be 5, 10, 15 years, continuous questions come around changes. New technologies emerge, changes of assumptions occur. Like, okay, we see now that that we get more transshipment. What is the impact on our design? What is the impact on our operation? So all the time, questions come which are answered by the same type of models. These days, the word is digital twin, but we generally say digital models of your environment, which can answer these kind of questions. So that's what we have been practicing quite successfully, and that's working in various places.
Okay, yeah, so thank you for your this kind of feedback. Okay, so let's move to the second presenter, Kyung-suk, Lucy. So we already learned a lot from the morning session about the new technology and the solution, etc. Yeah? So actually there are many solutions and technology, but already you mentioned that it is essential to integrate into one as the whole system. Yeah? So standalone or a silo system cannot work effectively. So Kyung-suk, so would you advise how we can integrate into one system for decision making, water, supply chain, etc. Yeah? So I think you already have some experience and knowledge for that. Yeah, please explain for that for all participants.
So your question was touched on a very important point in the automated terminal. What is the most important thing is integration. In the past, the way of integration is a direct interface between systems. We did not want to introduce any direct interface between one system and another system. So how much flow is provided by one system, and the message communication method was defined or not, that was a matter of competitiveness in the past. So when a terminal operator selects a system, well, what is really important is whether a system provider has ever worked with any other vendors. So every company has a different data structure and protocol, and the process of coordinating and aligning them exists in the form of SI. But what we have to do down the road is to do data standardization, and who will take the initiative and what will be the standard for everything. Well, we have not finalized the decision yet. I think the discussion is still ongoing. So what is really important is how to offer that standardized data. Lightweight AI and asynchronized AI message sync is what we offer as the best practice here. So that is the best way to verify whether interface it works. And that is the easiest way for us to do the verification, because for automation, the test period is critically important. So I think the data should be shared through API. That is the best way for now.
The additional information. So I have one more question to the Silas. Yeah. I remember many years ago, many Korean experts visited the PSA to learn botnet or trade-led, etc. Yeah? So still it's work very well for B2B or B2G, etc. So I'm curious about the G2G. So because now PSA has a global network, so you have many the terminal, not only China but also Korea, all over the world. So you mentioned about the G2G as a cross-border platform. So you mentioned that Crimson Logic as a work as a service provider. So would you explain a little bit more how its work about the G2G platform as the cross-border the connectivity system.
Okay, I'm beginning to regret I present that because I'm not the subject expert, but I will try to answer to my best ability. Okay, the concept of G2G is that if we take it from a very layman perspective, when a shipper, when he wants to export his cargo, there's an exporter, there's an importer, so the exporter will have to make his custom declaration in the exporting country, and the importer will have to make his own declaration in the importing country. But at the same time, a lot of this information, they are not exactly the same, they are similar. Things like manifest, things like BL, things like what's the HS code, all this kind of thing. So the concept of this G2G platform is to simplify the process so that in terms of logistics, we don't have to do a double declaration. That is provided that both countries or both locations agrees to it, right? So if they agree on a standard set of parameters and information, when the exporter provide the information, automatically through API integration, it will be ported to the importing country for even the point of pre-release, right? Because we understand that custom clearance can be quite a cumbersome process, and there are some cargo that requires early release, especially sometimes when we're talking about automobiles, when we talk about JIT concept, right? So there are some countries that also adopt pre-release condition that even before the cargo reach the terminal, right, they are already being released, and for the terminal, we can even do direct discharge, which means the external yard tractor actually comes down to the wharf side and take out the container immediately. So it actually forms the chain of it, right? But I would say it's not an easy process because there are a lot of information that must be agreed upon between the two countries or the two locations. Yep.
All right, yeah. Thank you for your additional explanation. Okay, now we have 10 minutes, yeah? So now we'd like to open the floor to have a question or a suggestion, etc. Yeah. So if you have any question to the presenter or panelists, before you have a question, so please let us know your name and appreciation, and then your question so to go who or whom, yeah? So please. All right, so would you deliver the microphone to him, yeah?
Good afternoon. I'm researcher Kim Do-hyun of Chungwon University. I've learned quite a lot from this international forum on smart port technology and industry. My question is, recently in Korea, various security-related issues have been found and highlighted. What are the security technologies for the smart port? And in the Busan port, the smart port, what kind of security technologies are being used so that shippers can securely trust their cargoes? This question is to anyone on the stage. Well, your question touches on a very important point of security. The BPA's blockchain technology was introduced under the name of Allcon. In the Busan new port, trucking companies, well, they make the booking through system, and at the appointed time, they paid a visit to terminals to reduce the volume of transactions and increase the efficiency in the exchange and communication of information. The data is encrypted using blockchain. The API communication is used, so this replaces EDI to ensure higher security. I hope this answers your question.
스마트 항만으로 발전을 함에 따라
Let me also give you some answers. So as you move to the smart port, I think the concept of the IT security has become more and more important. And OT security is also very important. And without IT network, all the systems will get paralyzed, and this will cause a significant disruption in logistics. And therefore, we have to have double, triple closed network system to ensure security. And we have to utilize the latest IT technology for defense. But at the same time, we also have to focus on how effectively we can recover the systems.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I found presentations from Dr. Ibo. Ibo mentioned that most 10 technology what we have. The last one is the cybersecurity technology. So, Dr. Ibo, would you add additional input for the cybersecurity?
Yep. Yeah, so I think generally we have, I would say, vulnerabilities across the entire landscape of a terminal. So the first layer of protection is around the terminal itself, so to enter the network of a terminal. One of the investigations we did, for instance, in Rotterdam, is when we have AGVs, like for instance in the Dongwon terminal, and they're running on a Wi-Fi network, and you start disturbing that Wi-Fi network just by going to a place close to the terminal, and you start impacting that network. Well, AGVs won't drive anymore. A perfect example just happened in Israel. During the war, there was extreme GPS jamming going on, and a lot of the position detection systems were GPS based, and GPS didn't work, and there was actually no backup for those systems. And so if we look at vulnerability to people who want to negatively impact your operations, there are a lot of means to do so. Just putting a ring around your terminal in terms of firewalls and so on is insufficient. So additional measures are required to have secondary systems, for instance, to make sure your vehicle communication keeps running even when you have disturbance going on.
All right, yes, thank you. So, so is there any additional comment or question? No? Okay, so before I conclude, I would like to suggest one more things. That's the digital gap between the developing country and the advanced country. In the morning, so my director, Mr. Lun, highlights, there are big gap between the advanced countries such as China, Japan, ROK, Singapore. Has their own capacity to solve the whole problem, yeah? For the digitalization, smarter transition, decarbonization, etc. But for the developing country, especially the small island developing country in the Pacific, very behind in terms of the investments, technology, human capacity, or etc. So if you have any advice, suggest how to bridging between the developing country and the advanced country in terms of the capacity building or investments, etc. Because as the ESCAP Secretariat, you always secure how to cooperate and then partnership between the developing country or MDB or international organization with the developing small island country. So if we have any suggestion or a proposal to implement this kind of initiative, please let us know. We are ready to work all of you. Okay, yeah. That's my final suggestion. Once again, thank you for your kind cooperation and partnership. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kim, and all the panelists for your valuable contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give a round of applause to all the speakers, presenters, and the leaders and panelists for today's program. Thank you. Now, this concludes all official programs of the 2025 International Forum on Smart Port Technology and Industry. Thank you all for staying with us until the very end. Now, before I let you go, I got two important announcements for you. First, please participate in our satisfaction survey by scanning the QR code, which will be displayed soon on this screen. 네, 혹시 그 설문조사 QR 코드를 띄워주시면 감사하겠습니다. Here it is. And then on your way out, you'll receive a small gift. So make sure to participate in this survey. And as you leave, be sure to leave the translation receiver on the table. All right, that is also very important. So we hope you found today's forum informative, insightful, and fruitful. Now, please stay safe and healthy until we meet again next time. Thank you, everyone, and goodbye. 끝까지 함께해 주신 여러분 대단히 고맙습니다. 안녕히 가십시오.